Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. This is episode 304. Hopefully, you guys have had an amazing Thursday. I know I've had a pretty good day myself. Got a pretty good, fun episode with you tonight. We have Mr. Mark LeafyHill. Oh, I know I probably said that right, but I'm not going to embarrass myself to do it twice. Good sir, could you tell us how you're
It's
doing
all good.
today and where we can find you?
I'm doing good, and I'm Leafy Hill, wall one at or whatever at Mark Leafy Hill on Instagram is where you can see me. But yeah, I'm out on the west coast of Canada, and that's where I'm at. But Vancouver Island,
Right on, right on.
right,
I don't know
actually right
why.
in the city. Sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off there. I don't know why. Actually tried to practice that name a couple of times before the show there, your last name. And I kept throwing that L in there. And I told myself, I'm not going to throw that L in there. I'm not going to throw that L in there. And then I
Oh,
still threw
yeah,
the
it's
L
all
in
good.
there.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. So you're in Michigan, and that's really neat because I grew up north of Michigan, so that's when I thought, oh, this guy's show, that's really cool for me. I like it because I listen and I'm like, I get a kind of a feel of what it's like back home or just south of back home, and think, shit, man, the weed scene's going off in Michigan, and I love that because I used to, Michigan's probably the state I know the best out of all the states.
Nice, nice. Appreciate that. Well, I'm grateful for this opportunity because, man, I didn't realize there was just so many good growers up there in Canada. I mean, obviously, it's a huge country. There's got to be some good folks growing some fire up there. But, man, I've surely had the opportunity to meet a bunch of great folks from up there. Canada is definitely providing some fire bud, that's for sure. For sure.
Yeah, I think at one time, and I guess it would be because of the law or the politics, we were probably providing a lot of what wasn't getting provided by the Western states before what it was, at Prop 64 or all that kind of stuff, because it was known for that, and especially the west of Canada. We're basically the California of Canada out here in Vancouver, or like our BC, Vancouver Island, the interior of BC. The Kootenays is a hot spot for weed in general. It always has been. It's been where like the spots where a lot of the Vietnam vets snuck up here, and and that's where they hung out in these mountains, these islands, and with that came the ideas of growing weed and all that. And so it's got a long history here that it's, when I hear stuff about Appalachian and all that, I think we need to be included. But we'll get there. And same with places like Northern Michigan, Northern Ontario, Southern Ontario. They all have their niches, I believe. And Quebec, it's like kind of like the Vermonts and places like that, but just north of the river or whatever, the other side of it, there's still all these people doing the same sorts of things, right? So Canada's full of growers and good outdoor. The best outdoor comes from Southern Ontario, hands down, for sure, because they got the same lighting schedule as it kind of runs like this. Well, how can I put it? The most of Canada is north of the 49th, right? And then when you get to the Great Lakes, you start to dip down, and you'll get down into the photoperiodal strains will work a lot better down, 45th and lower or whatever. But the west, the coast, that's one. I think the main problem with it is we have to run a lot of auto-based genetics, and so you kind of like, unless you're doing light depth, and then that you're going to get fire if you're doing light depth. But if you don't have your stuff in by September, the sun is just too low because we're so far north, and the clouds are in, the rain is in, the mold is in, all that stuff. So you got to be quick. You have to have something fast, or kind of gear it to being done by mid-September, or you're just asking for trouble. But then there's indoor, which is.
Speaking of
Looks
some
like
fire bud there, what do you got? What do you got in that can?
What am I smoking? And this
Yeah.
can, this is something from my backyard. It's there was a popular cut that went around around the island, around Vancouver. It was called Nukin. You can look it up on Leafly or Strainly or whatever those, one of those sites, and it's what I have been told. It was a what was it? A god bud crossed to a shishka berry. And then that was it was okay because it was, but it wasn't. Yeah, it worked on time outside, and which a lot of people I think did it inside, but I like doing things outside too. So I did it outside, and it worked. And then I was at the regenerative conference in Vancouver, and I at the seed swap part, I received some pollen. It was a really neat thing because I thought, well, that's kind of a cool thing. It kind of is a gift that you have to go through and actually do the work to see what you're going to get. So I there was just a tiny bit. I brought it home, and apparently this is where a Michigan thing comes into it. It was apparently all I know about it was Gage Green Group pollen. Whatever male they have, I don't know. But I thought, well, that's neat. I really like their philosophies. I really like the way I've listened to some videos, and that to me excited me. Just knowing that, isn't that the way the universe works? When things kind of bring things that are supposed to come to you, they come to you. So I had this pollen, and I was excited. I paintbrushed it on a few girls, and it only worked on the Nukin, and it only made 3 seeds. So I was like, shit, I'm lucky. I'm like, wow, I only got 3 seeds. That sucks, but at least I got something. And I cracked those seeds, and I got 1 boy and 1 girl, and 1 that I think was a girl. And it just, I don't know what I did wrong, but I don't often kill a plant. But this girl came up and died, and shit. Now I'm down to 2 seeds. So get my fingers crossed. I got a girl, I got a boy. So I grew up that girl. It was fantastic, and just fantastic. One of the quickest photo plants in the yard. And it's the taste and the smell. It was like Nukin, but improved. So I liked Nukin. So it worked on time and all that. But this thing is better. It had a dense, chunky, like nugget, and it reeks of lime gas and all the stuff that everyone seems to be raging about. This one plant, in my opinion, I just got it, and I thought, oh well, this is a keeper. So I kept it, and I'm going to try it inside right now too. So it's it's beautiful. It just smokes so slow, and this one I let it go out, but it's one of those ones that just doesn't seem to change up too far. Like halfway through the joint, it's not. It's still got that nice terp that you first lit up. So whatever that's called, I don't know the name of it or any of that stuff. It's not been no testing involved. Just taste testing. So it's a good one for me. But that's who I'm going for.
That's all it matters. That's all it matters. As long as it meets your approval.
Yeah, and sometimes you're what you like is, especially you get going at it for a long time, and it just happens that what you like, your friends like, or whatever, right? Like, wow, yeah, this is awesome. And I think that comes just like anything, it takes some time and some knowledge about what the plant does, and under different conditions, what you can push your different strains to, and all those types of things, and or not really push. I don't like that term. I'd say what you can encourage them to put out. Yeah, and because I don't like to push them. I like to let them just do their thing, and then you get you'll see if that one will work for you, and if it does, maybe. If it doesn't, maybe its sister will, or something like that. But
Nice. Yeah, it's always nice when you can enjoy your own smoke. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not necessarily weed snobby, but I definitely don't like to buy it.
No,
But I enjoy
no.
smoking friends. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? When that
that's
friend
really
comes
nice.
around, that's for sure.
Yeah, I do know what you
Funny
mean.
because
It's a kind of a different.
I get asked a lot. If you've tried that certain strain, you know, have you tried this strain? You've tried that strain, and it's a lot of times I feel funny answering the question because it's like, no,
No,
I don't
yeah,
really step out of the garden that much. You know what I mean? I'm smoking what I'm growing, and if I ain't growing it, chances are I ain't smoked it. So, you know
yeah.
what I mean?
I'm not into the hype. I'm not. I like what I like, and I kind of like a lot of the old fashioned kind of strains myself, and I guess that comes with time too. Like the flavor wise, yeah, I can't say I don't like your cookies and your ice creams and all the cakes and all that. It's kind of they're kind of nice, but I find that a lot of that stuff, the buzz is sort of all like a kind of mashed up, cloudy similarity, and I find with some of the older flavors that I grew up with. That's like I say, that's an age thing too. I know it's so it's nostalgic, and you have these appreciations for things. But yeah, it's what it is, and but it's kind of neat again because other people will be like, "Hey, what is that?" That's really nice. And no, it's something like I don't even know what it's called anymore. It's just, but I know the lineage. Like I know like our favorites between a few friends and family is one that it's been around forever, like as a cut. And now I in the last bunch of years started playing around with breeding my own versions or different takes on it, back crossing to it and whatnot, just to get it in seed form because it's a old cut that was gifted to us and we never knew what it was. And I've got my assumptions, but there's no proof in it, so it's just what it is. But we nicknamed it Vera, and um, it's probably a blueberry. Like it's so good. It's just like there's certain strains that just kick ass in my opinion, and you wonder like, I always think blueberry is one of those plants that's probably in a lot of stuff. It's the chunk and the look of it, but I don't know. So it's what it is. And now after 4 or 5, like I'm on to my fourth generation of me playing with it after the original. So it's a selection thing now, I'd say. But it's a beauty, and that's one of the ones I really love. And I've got a few. This year was, I've had one forever. I had this cut for since 2006. I just couldn't give her up. And this year, 2020, I finally just let her go because I'd run my time. She was, I've got her seeds and her back crosses and all this, but that was another really good one. It was a what they call God bud, but it was a real select one of 50 chosen, and it was just the one. But again, even after could be the one, and after a bunch of years, you'll get sick of anything, right? So we moved on. Shed a tear over her though when letting her go when it finally came down to it. It was
Yeah,
hard.
I've been there. I've been there, and I haven't
Yeah.
ever kept one that long for sure. But I've had one around 8, 10 years, couple of them, and then they were even if they're around a couple of years,
Oh,
I just have a hard time off in a strain. You know what I mean? Because
absolutely.
it is kind of selection a little bit. It might be that one. You might be able to pop the
I
seeds
know.
again, but you might not get that one.
I know.
So,
And probably not is that sad part about it because they're so different sometimes, right? Even like you call it one pheno, but even within that pheno, on observation they might be the same, but down to it something's going to be a little bit different, just like us, right? But yeah, it's what we all try to do is find those ones. And then that's why I think it's really important to work with those ones and back cross onto them and all that, and just so you have that like the closest thing you can get to what you really like in your your stash of what you got there. Like because again, I really like the idea of working with what you have. And then trying to like open it up enough to find selection and all that. When even if it takes you a while, and even if your numbers, your license isn't huge or whatever, and you got to just slowly work at it. You get there.
So I guess we kind of sped fast through a lot of it. Well, maybe not, but
Oh
usually
no, I
start
got
right at to get
right at the
there.
beginning. How did I get going
Yeah,
on this?
right at the beginning.
You want to start
Huh?
right
I
at the
mean, when
beginning?
did you?
Well,
Right at the
oh,
beginning. When did you even? When was the first time? When was
oh,
the first time that thing hit
I
your
think it
ear?
was
That be
1987.
that far
I
back.
I started getting baked at 14, and then well, I'll tell you the wild story. That was just like any other little kid, like getting baked, love skateboarding, and just that's my thing, right? I'm still a skate rat. Like that's where I grew up. Like the skate park was my thing, right? And but um, awful thing happened to my family in 1989, and well, I'm just going to jump into this. It's sort of wild, and you'd be like, "Whoa!" But my dad, he shot my mom, and he committed suicide, and in front of my sister and I, and I was 16 years old. So my mom, thanked the universe, whatever you want to call these powers that be, she survived, and uh, that next morning, pot. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was smoking weed already, smoking oil and hash, and just being a skater kid, right? Just like any other kid up north there in the Sioux, just doing what you do, playing around. And that became medical right then and there. I didn't see it that way at the time. It took me a while. But so that's, I had a real good friend. Well, he became a good friend. At the time, he was that guy you'd go score weed from on the reserve down the road. And I went there that morning and told him the story because I guess I think back and I don't remember why, but I showed up at his house and I needed some weed, like I just witnessed this awful thing. My mom was in the hospital, all this, and he gave me a fiver of honey oil and said, "Come on back when it's empty." And it was because he heard the story and he was like, "Wow, here, kid." So I did it. And he later on he says to me, "Mark, and when you came back?" I said, "No, I don't remember you." And he says, "The very next day." So I smoked that whole fiver. I don't know if you guys call them a fiver down there. The glass vial that held the 5 grams. You know those ones that you stick the pin in, and I don't know. That's old school oil, like way back. This is 1989. So we were an oil town up north there. That oil and hash was the thing, and so I got that oil. I smoked that oil, and soon after that, like my mom's in the hospital and that whole thing, and it was a tragedy. But we made it through that, and but I ran away. Like basically, I had friends that were out on their way out to Vancouver. And I heard about Vancouver skateboarding and punk rock and this and that. So I was gone. I was like, yeah, I had friends that were doing it. And so me and a few friends, we all ended up out here. And somehow I'm still out here, but I traveled back and forth, right? So because I was a kid, I was a runaway kid, and I ended up at the skate park. And skate park had really good weed all the time because that's where seems to be the spot you need to hook up in a foreign city. You go to the skateboard park, you'll get some good freaking chronic right away. That's but so that the park, that gave me the first ideas because I had a roommate. And we somehow got a 400-watt light at one point, and he was like a deadhead guy, and so he was down in the States and he went to some shows. And I was into that too. I got like not going to the shows, but I got into the whole thing with him. And it was one of my best friends, right? And so he came home with this book called The Closet Cultivator, and that was Ed Rosenthal book. And we said, "Oh yeah, look at this book." We freaking studied that. Well, I saw a different book before that, but we'll get to that. I have my books behind me here. I don't know if you can see those. I brought them out tonight just because I thought, what, I gotta show this guy this. We'll get into the history of it. But so saw that book, and that just blew me away and blew him away. We had a 400-watt, and we had some seeds in a bag, like this is 1991, I believe, 92 maybe. I'm trying to remember, when it was. It was a couple years after my dad had died. I'd smoked a lot of grass, rode a lot on the bicycle around, and had collected, running weed from one end of town to the other to my friends, collected a lot of little seeds and whatnot out of these bags. And yeah, so we had some seeds and we threw those in and we started up these plants and it never worked out for us. Anyway, his girlfriend went crazy and she threw our plants out on the street. And this is back then. And we were just like, get them off the road and all that. We were going crazy. So we, I never got a chance to do it again. We luckily didn't get in any trouble with this first incident with the whole thing. And then I moved back to Ontario because I thought I was so into, there was a few reasons why, but when I got there, I realized, well, this is a better place to grow weed because it's there's a bush, there's like places to hide it and all that, right? So, I had a house I rented with a couple of friends, one friend anyway at the time. We had a little room going, and we had what I remember as it was. You remember the days of you grew up in Michigan, so you'll probably all that brickweed, which I kind of find nostalgic and miss sometimes because so we get some brickweed up north because it would come up all the way up, and we had seeds of that which we expected were Mexican. Who knows where they were from? They were from south of us, so we knew. But we started some, and I remember there was this one plant and was in this is so back we were kids. There was in a Folgers coffee can. And it got really leggy and tall, and somehow I had we used to bring this high times is illegal in Canada, so we'd go over to Sioux, Michigan and smuggle high times back home to get into the magazines to look at them. And I remember reading my first thing about cloning. So I'm like, oh shit, I can clone a plant, right? And and I remembered, oh yeah, it was in that book, the cultivator. So we started doing these clones, and by chance, it was August, and I just stuck the clones outside off of this big leggy thing, not thinking about photo period. Well, these clones just automatically started to bud, and I got these nice little plants, that were by October that were just gorgeous, and I couldn't even really tell you why. I didn't know why because. I was kind of living and partying around the plant that the mother, so she wasn't budding, I didn't know any better because it was kind of a house plant thing at that time. But then those finally budded because it went out and one thing clicked in another, and I read somewhere 12, and that just went in my mind. I'm like, oh, well, it must have been about 13 or something. So I figured it out. And then then after, I remember the very next year stuff started to really do better. It just started to fly. And that's I found back then, I think it was 93, we had a guy in Ontario who's now out here on the island, and he's got a dispensary out here now, and he was pushing the front way back. What's his name? Chris Clay. And he was selling seeds and selling clones in London, Ontario in 93. So I drove down there and I bought some seeds. And I got, they were all Sensi Seed Bank seeds. And so then I got hold of some good genetics, what I thought. And they were fire. We had a list of strains, and they started to work, and they worked really well up north. And that's why I wonder, I might have been a little bit naive, maybe where they were pulling them a little early, but they were still, my memory, I'm like, damn, they were good. And they worked great indoor or out. And I remember there was Purple Star was one of them. We had Northern Lights, and we had Afghan crossed to Silver Haze, and Willie's Wonder. That was a really good one for up there. That worked really, really well, which I guess is William's Wonder from Oregon, but that I later found out. I thought it was a guy called Willie, but this is back then, and. Then so I was growing like that, and then like I told you, California, this BC. So I went back to Ontario. I grew up a bit in those few years learning how to grow, and then I wanted to get back out here to BC because this is like the California of Canada, right? There was skateboard parks, like I told you. I was still missing the skateboarding, the mountains, and the ocean and all that. And so I came back, and then it was right into I remember that was a neat part of the transition. So that was 98. I got to the island here, and I spent a couple of years here doing mostly indoor, but we do outdoor every year. So I did outdoor too, and found out fast that there's a Mighty Mite. That is the legend strain out here. I don't know if you've ever heard of Mighty Mite. No. So this is like, it is. There used to be a Mighty Mite seed company and all sorts of stuff. It was. If you look it up, you'll see it. It's a classic. So I heard about Mighty Mite, and that's like, people think that auto flower is new. No, no, not at all. So 80s and 90s, Mighty Mite and a few other strains like it. There was the one I remember from the interior BC from way back was called 90 Dayer. That was another one that I had some experience with, but Mighty Mite was my favorite. And there was I can't remember the name of the one, some kind of indoor cross thing, but what the fuck was it called? Jinx. It was Jay's Indoor Cross. It's just one of those kind of names, but it was called. And I never liked it because of the name. I'm like, Jinx. I don't want to get jinxed. But yeah, that's for Greg. You know who I'm talking about. If you're watching this ever, Greg, love you, bro. So then, but the Mighty Mite was this little, 3-4 foot plant, and it would be done in end of August always, and before the rain, before all that, and really stealthy, right? Little dark bluish looking indica thing, and could handle we don't have a good summer here by any means. If you look at where I'm at, we're up north, like compared to even north of Michigan, that's south. But it's just because we're on the ocean that we get the nicer weather, right? Because typically we have a real warm winter and a real cold summer. So you have to have a strain that's fast enough to make it. And that one was key. Then there was another old legend out here called the Time Warp, and that's another one to look into too, because that's like an heirloom, I call it. It's an old school. And there's a story behind that. It's apparently an old skunk sifted out of one of those Super Sensi seed company ones from the early 80s, late 70s kind of thing from California, but it's sifted, and it was, this is just, now I could be wrong because it's fucking like legend myth sort of stuff now, I think. But that's the legend, is it got sifted out of that, and it was a really quick skunk that worked from the California selection, but it worked up this far north in time. But that's a lot later. So the old guys, they grow Mighty Mite and Time Warp. And that way you'd be, because the helicopters and all that bullshit, right? So you'd get your Mighty Mites in August. And and then, see, the thing is now, if they took until September and they started getting moldy, well then, oh shit, you might take some hits on those. But the longer strain, the Time Warp, that would go right until October. So the development wasn't there enough to get moldy, and it's a sativa base, so it would make it. So you have like a gamble, some in this one, some in that one, and hopefully we get all the Time Warp, or I mean all the Mighty Mite, which is what you were always hoping for. And then, and if it's a real good year, we get the Time Warp too. And the Time Warp was probably, when done right, better quality. Like, I think it's watered down now, in my opinion, the ones I've tried, but it's a cut only thing. And there's someone else that knows a lot more about it than me. But that's my experience with it, is that's how it worked. And it's, you don't see it as much anymore, but it's in something called Sea Warp now. There was something called Sea Level, and that crossed together was Sea Warp. And that's a nice one, because it's very doable down on the ocean, because a lot of us live right on the ocean here, right? So we get the fog belts and all that, and you can go up. That's the thing. I've heard guys talk about it. About this, right on the ocean, 15 miles in and 30 miles in, and going up in elevation, and the differences on the strains. Well, that's quite uh, like visible here, and you can experience that big time. And you take that same cut and you see it in one spot on this island, and you go north on the island or up onto the hills, and different stuff happens with the same seeds or cuts or whatever, right? And that's really neat here. But yeah, so then now going back to where it started. So now I'm in, where was I? I was, yeah, so we're technically 97. I'm here growing, and yeah, just those same strains. That's when I bet the when people say, yeah, so where's the one strain that you ever forgot that you wish you still had? Well, that's when I found that one. And I didn't have the wisdom to keep that around. It was just incredible. I guess, like, I'm thinking it must have been a chem dog or an OG or something. I had no idea of what it was called. It was just went by the name of Killer. And it was a fucking killer. It was incredible. You'd break open a joint and there'd be enough for like a half a hash joint too, like the powder that came off this plant, like it was really nice. And that, I missed that one from those days. But then, yeah. So I went after that, I went and did some time in the interior of BC to experience that, and lived in the mountains and did some outdoor there. That was really, really fun. A couple summers of doing that, and then ended up back on the coast here. And then the time goes by, and spent the last whole bunch of years now where I kind of like just did the yard grow, because yeah. The hills, they'll they had their place, but hopefully the future will hold some kind of like micro stuff, because the licensing here in Canada is a real tough one to crack into as for like a commercial level or whatever. You need some money, and so yeah, it's a dream, but until there becomes a more reasonable way to approach that, yeah, it's still a dream. But that's unfortunate, because I think a lot of the best buds or the best growers are held back by that same thing, But I'm sure that's the same there too.
Right on, right on. So is it organics when you go indoors as well?
Well, it's organics as for as long as I can remember. I've always strived to do things organically. And sometimes, and I'll tell people this that ask me about stuff, can you do it realistically? Can you manage to do that? Can you, if it's not in a big enough pail, or bucket, you're not going to be able to push that whole run indoors organically. And that's what I think it can be done with like what's it called, BioBiz, or one of those types of feeds, the fermented feeds, or making your own in at least a 3-gallon pail. But that's starting with a little tiny clone and just splashing it right away. And then, like as soon as you try to do some veg time, I think you need to go in a bigger, at least a 7. It's my personal experience. But I'm not opposed to someone using salt if they have to do that to get themselves some medicine or whatever it is in their personal gain. And because I've been there and I know what it's like you can do the best you can. And that's where I think we all kind of start from where we have to start. And we get these, like, the best grows are growing with love. I always say that. And the love will get you there. If that's like, if you can't get there this time, don't beat yourself up about it. Do what you can do better next time. Just keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And then you'll find out that it's really quite easy, indoors as well, to just have that, like, I like the super soil term sometimes, because it allows people to have this idea of, oh yeah, that's what you're talking about. So yeah, I do something like a super soil. Like basically, what I've said, and then I do supplemental teas. Absolutely, like if I feel like she wants another feed, but like she's looking like she could just perk up a bit or something. Yeah, I'll get that because I'm like you. I can see you're in buckets too. So I like that too. I thought about doing beds, and I've done beds in the past, way back. We were doing beds like 20 some years ago because it's like not the fabric beds, but we build them right out of plywood and line them with pond liner and just run beds that way with drain holes and all that stuff. And those work great. That's what, like, I agree. But there's some downfalls to that too for a small time grower like yourself or myself, because sometimes you got to get in there and clean. You got to get in there and move things around. You get I want to twist. I want to prune. I don't want to have to fight that net and all that stuff. So I like steaks because I can pull out my girls without being on the net. So these are things like I'm trying to look at yours and I'm like, or a tomato cage or some type of individual like holding structure, so I can. It kind of really looks very similar to how you do things. It just kind of is a very simple technique that works, and if that works for you, that's what I encourage anyone to do: is don't overthink it. One of the best pieces of advice I've ever had is it's just that old saying: keep it simple. Stupid simple like that. That's and the wick system is one of those stupid simple things that if you got to get away, it works great. I think. Um, but I don't use that anymore. But at one point, I sure did. I just get self-wicking pots and then put some water in the bottom. I could walk away for 3-4 days. Uh, Feed from the top. When this is way back, and that's a nice, easy thing. Stuff like that is what I love. It's like if I was telling someone was asking about hydro, I'd say ebb and flow, drain to waste. The less parts, the better you are, the less to go wrong. Um, yeah, like cheese pizza and cheese. Less is more.
Right now. I gotta hit this eye drops. So I hope it don't throw you off, man. These things are just dry as shit. Been rubbing them.
Oh yeah, no problem. No, that's all good.
I was trying not to do it when you were talking because it can
Are
be
you? Oh,
distracting
I could
a
talk.
little bit. No, I didn't want to do it because it can be distracting sometimes when you're talking to somebody and they're like randomly fucking
What's
doing
this guy
shit.
doing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about it. I just try to get. There's a little bit of hash in this joint, so it lights up like those. Like a candle. You see?
Torch.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. It's got a couple of chunks. It's got a. So yeah, what was I saying? Shit.
You're talking about the different growing systems there. Basically,
Oh
you're
yeah,
saying ebb and flow is the easiest, less
I think
parts,
so.
keep it simple.
Yeah, tables that flood up and drain off. That's like even for peat or perlite peat kind of systems, like that kind of thing. If you got too many of them, like yeah. But I personally I like to just do kind of like what you're doing there, personal attention to each plant and um, just give them that what they need, like and be able to kind of zone in on this one's hungry, or this one, no, she doesn't need water tonight, all that. That's like, I know in a bed, I know the advantage is, well, they don't underwater and they don't overwater because someone else will drink up their water and all. And I do think that that's a very easy grow system. But for what I want to do, I'm always on the change of versatility because I want to be able to like, I got this other idea. I'm gonna run this number on this density of planting in this size pot next time, instead with like I changing my variables. Like if you veg for this long versus this long, I can do this. You know what I'm saying? So it leaves me open to just being versatile with that. with my methods. And I
Right on, right
so
on. Oh no, no, I was just agreeing with you. I was just saying, I'd like the idea of the beds too someday, but man, they just can't. They just don't function for my setup.
yeah,
You
like try to get that bed in that tent, and then I don't use a tent, but I call it the walk-in tent because it's a small room, right? So it's yeah. But I have friends that do, and I see the beauty of them. I'm looking at that nice clean floor around them and all that, and then keeping each environment and for breeding and male holding. There's a lot of advantages there to those tents, but then again, I wonder, well, if you can do it in a room, why not, right? So I don't know. That's a hard one too to call. Like, is it this way or is it this way? So I think that I think it's good either way. And looking at yours, I'm like, yeah, those work great. And my other friend has them. JFK, big shout out. That's a friend back home. He's going to be listening right now. Yeah, he's rocking the tents. I've seen the pictures. I'm like, wow, dude, those are amazing. And I just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, sort of thing. So
I agree. I
it's still
agree. I
going.
used to be in rooms myself, but I made a move and had to downsize my environment somewhat, so it was tougher to do the same type of thing. And I run a perpetual here. I have patients, and and I do this all myself. So it's easier for
Yeah,
me to pull down some every month and provide fresh medicine versus that larger
yeah.
harvests where I'm working and we're kind of locked in on whatever I grew.
Oh yeah,
But so that perpetual can only happen with these tents, open some, close some, open some, close some. They actually usually work in two different cycles. Some come on
yeah.
during the day, some come off, but that can only happen with tents in limited space, you know.
That's a
So they
great
do
point,
serve
and you can do
purposes.
they absolutely do. Yep, you can do the flip flop lights. Get the that you plug the one ballast in it. It's going 24/7 sort of thing, and it's lighting this tent, and then it's lighting that tent. It's lighting this tent. It can save you money right away, right there, because you're only running one ballast and all the time, but you don't have to buy two that way.
A little easier on your power too. You're not drawing twice as much all at once. You're kind of alternating the
Yeah,
supply.
yeah,
It's,
that's true. Yeah,
it's
it's a very good, valid point. But like I say, I've kept it so small and that I haven't had to change it that at this point. And hopefully, there comes a point where that's like where I'm looking at. Oh yeah, I don't know what size are those ones? Are they 4x5s or are they
four by
big? Here.
eights.
Oh, I
Yeah, they're
like
four
that.
by
Yeah,
eight.
that's the size. Okay, that's the two doors. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, now I understand what I'm looking at. That's nice because that's like two. What do you run in there? Two lights or are you LEDs or are you in
There,
HPS?
there's everything.
This
There's
one's okay.
everything.
This one looks
Well, they're chained together. So there's 4K on that run, and then back
oh
there
yeah,
there's some, and then there's some that run along this wall.
oh yeah,
But
nice. So you're
they're
in the horseshoe
LED.
of them.
Yeah, yeah, basically,
Yeah, I
yes,
see
sir,
it.
yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. That's a nice. That's a really good working setup. That horseshoe thing because you get your middle to move around in and organize in and then put things away. I like that.
This is kind of the setup that when I envision myself like in a larger scale grow, in an
Yeah.
indoor style grow, that's the way I see this. You know what I mean? I vision, like a large warehouse with flower rooms behind me, popping off just like this, different times of the day. And then I'd be
Yep.
pulling out, I'd do like maybe a 6 foot overhead door, roll up overhead door, to shut them. So where I'd be pulling them out, whenever need to work on them, I could work, water, shove them bitches back in the room, close the
Yeah,
door,
all the
go over
benches
room,
rolling.
next
Yep.
room. Yep, pull them back out and have just a common work area in the center, just like you're saying, and just kind of keep things
Yeah, that's
popping. And then that area gets wiped down and cleaned, and at the end of the day, done.
yeah, like a big wide hallway, right? Like in the center of a bunch of garage doors on each side of you.
Yeah,
That would be neat.
basically, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why not, right? They could all be, even like the benches could roll right out to the hall that way. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just kind of upscale those times 100 or whatever it is. But if you were that size, but yeah, um, that's a nice philosophy on the like what do you call it? Like it's got to have a good flow, like the energy of it. If it gets knotted up somewhere, it's you leave messes and stuff like that. But if you have a good flow like that, then you can manage it. And so I kind of emulate that on an indoor, like on a one room thing where it's a donut. I call it the donut, right? Where I walk in and
Well, I
it's
would
all on the
like, the
sides.
thing I would really be nice about that is the straight up cleanliness of it, especially if you were working on like a multi-man type team, to where when that that tray of tables, that table rolled out, you could have somebody go in there and maintenance that room, give them walls a quick wipe down while you were doing whatever, maybe give that floor a quick mop and roll them right back in. Then at the end of the day, like I said, just clean and mop that common area down real good, and bam.
Yep. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah. So I got a question. Are you in the UP?
No, thank goodness. No, I'm. No. I'm deep enough in the snow belt.
Yeah, I have to laugh. Yeah, okay.
I'm
I just
about
wondered.
3/4 of the way up on the lower
Oh
there,
yeah,
and it's weird,
yeah.
man. It's because you can watch it progress in phases. That snow belt. I mean, you go
Oh
10
yeah.
miles south of here, you're talking like a snow reduction by about 6 to 8 inches. You go 10
Huh.
miles north of here, you can add 10
Oh yeah. So you're right
to
in the
what's
middle,
on the
right?
ground
Yeah.
right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
even it works like that with the storms too, man. Like that 10 miles north, that's the line, man. If it comes in, you're either in it or you're not. But they tend to get the more of it like that, and it just
So
keeps going.
yeah, I got another question then. I'm always thinking about these things. So that you hear all these talks of Appalachian and that from California. Now, are you guys talking about that in Michigan?
What's that now? I'm sorry, I
Uh,
missed it.
you, oh, that's okay. You hear about Appalachian talks in California, like each region and these strains working good in this spot and all that, like the wine. Now, are you talking about, are you guys, you Michigan growers talking about that? Like, okay, if you're in the thumb, you want to be growing this one. If you're up over here in Traverse, you're going to be growing this cherry lime or whatever, like, is that thing going on at all?
Not that to my knowledge, to be honest with you. I know there's a lot of
Okay.
breeding going on, more over to develop strains that are great for their
Yeah.
particular environment. But as far
And
as, bringing in or running in particular strains, I don't think so. I don't think we're that
so
organized yet.
now, do you guys have like what I was talking about, the old school lines, like our Mighty Mites and our Time Warps? Do you guys have that down there in Michigan? I know they do in like that's like the Under the Pines and stuff like that from California. The old like some of the old hazes and stuff. They've been around forever and they've been kept around as. So do you have like old school Michigan lines that have this one you're going to get something you grow this, that kind of thing?
Well, there's a lot of good genetics that's come out of Michigan in particular, but as far as what's still here, I don't think there's. I'm sure it's out there, but right now, in particular, it's all fucking hype. It's all that hype.
Yeah, that's
It's
sad. Isn't that sad? Like we need to hold on to
Totally
those
sad.
old things because that's what's gonna make the new like make the hype hold. Is if you can cross some of that hype to something that's just that works in that area, maybe you can hold your flavor on the hype, like or you can hold that hype's flavor on the strain that's going to actually be mold resistant, actually going to not get taken out by aphids or whatever because it doesn't know the area like it should. Like that's, I think it's just such a shame, and it's happening here too. But here we still have older lines like that. Those two that I talked about there, those are the like two important ones in my book. And I was on a quest for a long time to get the Mighty Mite back because I was silly. I was younger. I just let it go. I didn't see it for years and years. And then I got that back at the regenerative conference too, but it's bred into something new. And I was really happy to get that. And I've been playing around with that again too. So I'm really, really psyched to see that there's still some old ones around. But that, like, where I want to go to is what I want to say is I think that like they do the Emerald Cup for say. I saw Tim Blake on your show and it's like, wow, you're on fire right now. You got all the fucking all the weed celebrities coming on your show. Like, dude, it's awesome. And I think that like guy like him, if he's listening or whoever, I don't think that, I don't know, should organize a statewide contest, something like the Emerald Cup, where it's all the outdoor spots of everywhere and all blind test. So you can smoke and you're like, all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, this fucking Gaylord, Michigan, like you didn't know it was Gaylord or whatever, right? You're smoking something and then you look later and you're like, that was Michigan? That blew my mind. Like I thought that was Humboldt or whatever, right? And then we can all see, and we need to do this in Canada too. We can all locate these hotspot microclimate hotspots that bring out the dank. And I think that's because that will that brings this appellation like beyond just like because it happened in more places than Humboldt and then Mendocino and that little region. It's happened in lots and lots of spots. They're just really famous for it right now, and I think it's great for them. I think that I think what they're doing is awesome for pushing that front of terroir and appellation, because I think we all have to do that for our areas, right? That's why I ask you, if you guys have old school Michigan lines from the 70s that are still kicking around, or whatever, right? But
I'm sure they are, but if there is some good ones, they're just still sitting around in them guys' gardens that were growing them then. You
yeah,
know what I
see,
mean?
so you
Don't
got to
want to
know an
give
old
them
guy.
up.
Yeah, well, hopefully someday these things can get like to a point where we can find out like what ones have been acclimatized to different spots, because there's got to be some like kick-ass Kentucky and some kick-ass Georgia and Florida and like all these spots that are going to have their lines, right? And but that's, I'd love to see it get to that point where there's this contest that just encompasses the whole place, then shit the whole world at one point, right? Because then we'll see like and I always think of the outdoor, and I know there's going to be spots. There's that it's going to like the Canadian outdoor will not compete with something like Humboldt unless you do light depth. That's just a fact in my book, because you're not going to get the same, like, or even Michigan. Like if you're in, you will, if we're across Huron in southern Ontario, then you're going to compete with you guys because it's the same thing, right? You're on the same kind of, just on the other side of the lake. But up north of Michigan and stuff, yeah, you got to work it. You got to have a strain like that's got some ruderalis in it, and it's just a fact. But not to say that stuff doesn't have its place, because it does. And there's still some really beautiful smoke, and especially now the newer autos. I think places like the UP and the Great Lakes in general are going to find those Appalachian hotspots that we're going to hear like, oh, this one island on Huron, man, do they ever do good, whatever. Because I have smoked some really fine weed that was grown up that way. So that's why I kind of think that like I haven't experienced too much Michigan wheat, a little bit, but I think you guys probably got it, really good from what I look and gather, from what I see and all that. I'm like, damn, they got some really, really, really top quality stuff there. It looks like. But so my hat's off to you, you guys.
Well, we're trying here in Michigan, that's for sure. As far as the states go, we like to think we're number two. As far as, and
Oh,
that's
that's what I see it as. I do.
yeah.
I see, well, Oregon, Washington, California, BC. I kind of see that as like one, like that. They call it Cascadia, even separate the, there's a whole idea of that and all that shit. But that's a whole bioregion in its own, like, because our climate is so similar to some of the parts of Washington, right? Like in that, like, you've got like, it's just, a line that says that it's two different places, but the sun and the water and all that's the same. So it's just a little bit more north or whatever. And in fact, on the island here, we pop down a little bit. Just if you look at the map, it just ducks down underneath the 49th just for a few miles, right? So we got that little bit where we're, like where Blaine, Washington is or something. They're about the same level. So it's very, very similar to Washington State. But I think that, Michigan would give Washington and Oregon a fucking good go, wouldn't it? And for the chronic, from especially the down south stuff, from you guys.
Well, I think, as far as like the outdoor goes, they may be able to school us a little bit temporarily. We haven't had the experience to run freely outdoors. You know what I mean? We've had,
Well,
maybe 3 good seasons where the ballsy, legal market has been out there. Maybe five, but it's been progressing year by year. But I don't
yeah,
think, it's definitely getting a little bit better. But indoors, I think we could handle some Cali growers indoors on the one,
yeah.
in a contact one, in the indoor arena. I think we could
No,
handle our own for sure.
I think that's what Canada could say as a whole. But because that you got that nice cold air cranking in right now, it's just more lights, right? Less air conditioning or whatever you do. That's what I'd say. The cooler the place, the easier it is to do indoor.
Oh, I agree. I agree that some of the best Michigan bud is definitely grown this time of year
Yeah,
indoors, as far as
yeah.
the yields, flavor, all this time of year here from Michigan for sure. I like
I
to
would
think
have to
anyway.
agree that the winter weed is good indoor weed, but I love my outdoor weed. It's something about it that I find the buzz is just a little bit. It makes me sweat. Like, they're not saying indoor weed won't make me sweat, but outdoor weed, I just get this like, like I can feel the sun in it or something. There's some difference, like in the buzz and even if it tastes a little bit leafier or whatever. And some people, it's outdoor. No, I still enjoy it. Sometimes it resins up in a different way. It gets gunky and all that, and I find it. I don't know. Just the more I smoke. Like, I appreciate all weed, but I really, it comes to that, like, kind of like 6 weeks cured outdoor for that part of the year when it's whatever it is, early December kind of thing, and you're smoking that for the first time when it's really good. It's like wine. It's only happening that once a year, or like that maybe twice up here or something. But it's a special thing, right? And it could be like that middle of the winter indoor run, that special reserve, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I find with the outdoor. I'm like, this is 2020, yeah, not bad, but 2018, remember that one? And then the whole idea of holding, aging the hash and all that stuff. I kind of really love that. To preserve a year is sort of that's where I hope we as a whole bunch of us can bring this thing to, like the Frenchy Cannoli. He says it really well. I really like listening to his things because he just pushes for those types of level, bringing it to that standard and that level, and I think it deserves it. Like to have recognition of, oh yeah, this is top shelf, and for the average just new smoker to walk in and be educated with that will be fun to watch and fun to
I
see
can't
what.
never sit on. I can't never sit on my hash long enough to cure it for that long. It goes right there with
I
with the
know.
smoke, I guess.
I haven't been able to either, but uh, that's what I'm thinking too. Is just someday that would be a dream, right? To get a nice block there put away for the year or two, and then break it out. And I have to try some right now.
That's
So,
me, man. When I make it, it's in everything. I literally sprinkle it in every joint until it's
oh
gone when I have it.
yeah,
Every
I
joint.
love it. Yeah,
Morning, noon, and night. Just
I'm with you. I like pressing it. Uh, it's something I just it might be old school again, but it's I kind of like it pressed, and then mixed up with a bit of flour is always good. But that's I'll smoke it straight too though in a pipe. But right this time I'm going with a bit of flour and some of this. This is real primitive hash too, and I even like that kind of hash. This stuff was like just not made with like the most kind or the most lightest scuff. It was pressed. It was pushed through, and it's still got the nice. It's not full melt, but it's tasty. That's I'll definitely say that. It's got good, and it lights up like a candle. You know what I mean? So it's got the fire, but
like you said, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of plant material in a hash.
no, I actually enjoy it. As long as it's not too much. There's a point where ugh, and I love the full melts. Don't get me wrong. I think that's just fabulous. But this is nostalgic to me, so that means a lot to me. Is like I'll make a piece that reminds me of a long time ago, and that's like I really now we'll get into that. I don't know if you can see these books here, but I've got like the Great Book of Hashish. I don't know if you know that one. And the Great Books of Cannabis. They're from late 70s. These are like collector's items, right? You seen this one? And then this one. This is a really... Oh, this is the one that everyone knew, right? Like this is the one that there's apparently 5 versions or 5 volumes. And so this is the Great Book of Hashish, Volume 1. And then it went to the Great Book of Cannabis, Volume 2. I think this one's 1980. And those were like... Oh man, the photography in that in there. I'm gonna have to post some pictures on my IG thing because that's this like old school history, and they show the old ways of the old pressing, right? And the beautiful pictures from like late 70s, early 80s of guys pressing hash on old presses and by hand and whatever. And so that influenced a lot of me wanting to, because growing up as a kid with my first experiences with hash and smoking were that type of hash. So I wanted to learn how to make that kind of hash, and I did. And so that then I also like water hash, and I love all that stuff. Rosin, they've all got their place in that, but I also think that this really has its place as traditional hash. So it's just not that you're gonna. It's kind of like the wine and liquor and beer, and you're gonna get variety, the spice of life, right? Like, so have different things and enjoy it once in a while, and go try something else tomorrow.
Right on, right on.
Hey, and while I'm talking about it, this guy, he's a local guy.
I was just getting ready to ask.
Oh man, what a pipe, and what a pipe maker! This is nothing. You should see. This is on Instagram. He's at Clay Rations. and with a Z, or you guys call it a Z. um, but he's an excellent pipe maker, and he's a good friend of mine. And yeah, it's just a beautiful thing. He makes them all by hand, all out of clay and bamboo, and he makes bubblers and chalices, steam pipes, traditional steam pipes, just beautiful. Yeah, check him out, man. You'll he's hot right now because he's sending them all over the place. People are ordering them from everywhere, but so I'm happy for him because it's working out for him.
What was his IG again?
Clay rations, like clay, like and then rations, like creations, like clay rations with a Z on the end.
Right. Nice.
And yeah,
Yeah, it's a cool pipe, man.
Oh, it's a
Cass
beauty, isn't
wanted
it?
to know if you had a name for it. A lot of
This
people
one is.
name their pipes. It
Oh, this is the
looks like
7.
you might have a name for it. The
I just named
7,
it
huh?
tonight. It's the 7. You see that? You see you see what I'm saying? The 7.
Right
The L
on.
or the 7, so I just called it 7. Yeah, it's a beauty, isn't it? It's like, oh man, I've only had a few that I really really liked, and this one it's got the right length, so it's almost like one of the sespi, traditional Moroccan, with the little bowl. That's what I've been asking him to make me. You hear that, Eric? He's gonna be watching this too. I told him to. I was like, hey, bro, you're gonna watch this. A few of my old friends are watching this, so that's fun.
That's awesome. Thank you for inviting them to watch, by the way.
Oh yeah, I was stoked. I was like, I've never done anything like this before, and I needed it to like as a catalyst for myself to do some ideas that I have with this whole thing beyond my small grow and all that. And I'm an artist. I'd like to think of myself as being one someday, and I want to start doing some work with cannabis in mind with my art and see where that goes. So guys like Eric here, this is his inspiration. He's living it. He's doing this every day, building these things, shipping them all over the world. So I think, yeah, you've found your niche in the community, in this global cannabis community. So it's great, and I think there's room for more people with their own small niches as something other than just flower and seeds and whatever. Not saying that's not. Hey, I love that. I'd love to be selling seeds someday, but I don't. I have to look into the logistics of that, the legalities of Canadian. Like I know there's a lot of with the LPs and that you have to. I think they're the only ones allowed. I haven't really looked into it. I'm allowed to give you weed, and but that's where it's at. But seeds, I don't know. There's some crazy talk about that. And, like the Canadian law is, it's great that we're all able to grow 4 plants, depending on your province you're in. I know here in BC, we've all been growing 4 plants for fucking ever. Like, so, let's just be real. In the yard, in the house, everyone, this province is built on a lot more than 4 plants. But, that's known. But now that everyone can grow 4, it's just like, yeah, it's a fucking great thing. It's society. There's less, like, you can feel it. It's just better. And we can share weed with each other. So you and your neighbors can all grow different plants, and we can share them. I don't know if the law is like that there, but I'd assume it is, from what I've seen. And I think that's just like such a step in the better direction. But now I don't know. I personally won't really feel completely great about this whole legalization thing until we can go down to the farmer's market and I can set up my stand with my little chunks of hash and my fucking grams or whatever, and you can fucking buy it off me if you want, and I can buy it off you, and we can have the weed market every Sunday and whatever, and it's chill. and hey, officer, how you doing this week? Yeah, would you like a coffee? Come on by, I got one for you. You know, like that's how it should be. And because what is it? It is a plant. That's all it ever will be. And especially, you know, I'm sure you've heard this on your show 1,000 times, but we all know when you try a tomato from the store versus the one from your neighbor's garden, that the tomato from the garden or the market is always better. Like, so there's, and how like the reason I never understand it is, how can the big guys really even feel any fear of that at all? If it was like, if it's that small of a thing where they want to put a market on or something like that, and a couple of people are going to buy a couple grams off that, no dent in their like what their ideas are of how big they want to go. So you know, that's really where I'll be truly happy, and I hopefully we're not too old before we see that, and I'll be happy for the people that get to experience it really well, because I can imagine the older stoners like going right now, like, wow, we've finally seen it to this level where it took, at least, I'm 47, so it's been a while in the making, but we've seen a good part of our life now totally mellowed out, whereas other people saw, lots and lots of decades of bullshit. So yeah, when they see that, I'll be totally psyched. When the first place, like, did you ever hear that place called Christiania in Denmark?
I have not. No.
Oh, look that up too. That was a really cool place. It's across the way from Amsterdam, and they did this like hippie commune section of town. It used to be in high times quite a bit, because they had the open hash market there every week, and the Denmark police would just let that go down, and in that one section in that commune, so people from the other parts of town would come in and buy hash and buy weed, and I thought that kind of rules those are neat, right? Like when they just let's just look at the other way, and that lasted for a long, long time. So that's a very neat, like, and I'm not saying that I have to go that open, but they should almost be like, okay, you can run the hash market, and here's your tax stamps when you come in, and there you go. At the end of it all, let's tally her up and whatever. But let the mom and pops do it if they like, and they're so pleased. That's really going to be because I know that places like, again, California and BC is very much, like I keep saying, the Canadian version of that. And without that, throughout all those years, that was the backbone of a lot of these small communities. It was that couple lights in all those people's houses. Like, it was just fucking thousands of small little pieces. Now they've taken that and put it all into a couple warehouses, a couple greenhouses. It's really taken and crushed the small people's means of getting something, because they just can't do anything anymore. Nobody's, they say, well, at least I guess in BC, I just heard the other day that 16% is all that the people that smoke weed all the time buy from the government. So what's that? Basically 85% of people buy from the underground. So,
and they're
BC,
still getting by.
Yeah, those big shots are still getting by. That's what I say too. Like, but they ship it all over Canada and whatnot. But yeah, but so let the little people have it, and let them contribute to the system. They'd all feel really, really good about what they're doing. I guarantee it. If they're not like that, then they're not even going to bother, because they, it'd be like someone that, they'll just find something different to make money with, whatever. It's that way you'll sort out the people that really love herb, that will work with weed, and
It's funny you make that decision, that distinction. Excuse me. Is it's funny because we have those. We've had the farmers market here in Michigan. We still have a few kind of illicit, I guess. We survive on a gray area, I guess.
Here too.
They used to be a little bit more prevalent, but it'd be nice to see them survive like that. But you can most definitely see them people. It's sad because you can really tell the guy that's trying to be the next big grow, the next
Yeah.
commercial guy. He's the guy at the end of his table, just pacing, pretty much slapping your hand when you're trying to open the jar, unless you're buying. You know what I mean? It's all just a nuisance unless you're pulling your wallet out. Then you've got the folks like me and other good growers that are like, here, smell this. You know what I
They're
mean?
cracking the
Here,
jars open. Boop, boop, boop. Here you go.
here's a nut. Go
Joints.
sit down and try this. Yeah,
Yeah.
come on back if you like it. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
huge difference, and people would rather buy from that type of person. It isn't unless it's like the hype or something else. I see people drawn to them other people, and them other people are actually the ones that are in it for the cash, and they're in it for the cash. Seem fucking miserable. They
Oh,
seem miserable about the whole
they don't
thing.
even want to be there. They're just like
Yeah.
thinking about what they're. Oh yeah, where am I going? Oh, yeah, let's get out of here. A couple more hours. Yeah, whatever. Right. Yeah. That's why I think like let it sort itself out, and you'll find that it's the people that love it that'll be there. If that was the case, if we could get to that spot, because it might be like, yeah, there's just not enough in it to be in this crowd, right? Like I'll keep in my other, because I'm sure there needs to be that big corporate cannabis, I guess, somehow, but I'm not buying it. That's for sure. And I know there's lots of us that are thinking the same thing, right? They're just at home rolling up their own right now and enjoying it so much more than they'll ever enjoy from the store. So cheers,
Well,
everybody.
I hope that I can only pray that will be the case, because it's we've already talked about like the graying of strains, the blending of strains already. If it gets to the
Oh,
point where we're all buying it from a large scale market, it won't be what we're used to
no,
smoking, for one, and then it'll be like the cigarette market. There'll
yep,
be 10 different flavors. That's it.
that's right.
That's it. There won't be no good stuff. It'll just be whatever
So
they think that you want. And that's what they're going to invest in. And they won't, invest in something else because it's too much of a risk, because that's what it's about, is the money. They don't
yeah,
want to take risks. They want to go with, the t-shirt strains that that's basically what they're going to look around at right now. Everybody with like the big money is like looking around at all those t-shirts.
oh yeah,
Oh, we gotta grow some cookies.
yeah.
What that kid have on? Oh, we gotta put that in the garden. You know what
Oh,
I
we need
mean?
ice
That's
cream. Yeah.
unfortunately the business model right now.
hmm And that's where I say though, it's up to the individual to make sure to breed your own seeds. It's like an obligation of your own. Anyone that's hearing me out, because that's the only way, and that's a long-term thing. That's like it's a life's journey, is to be in that. And what else, if you're this far into weed and you're watching fucking Eagles show here, you probably, if you're not breeding your own seeds, you're going to start anyways, because what that's what I figure. So every one of us, we got to do that, and then you're going to have your flavor, I'm going to have mine, we're going to meet. It's going to be like, oh yeah, that's chronic, you want to trade, like, and we don't have to involve ourselves in that big thing. We just can step aside from it and find other niches that will fit your life, that and keep producing your fire stuff. Don't and that I it's hard because I've everything I've gotten has been shared with me, so it's hard to not share it out too, because and so I've been sharing my some of my seed with friends that want to grow, and here you go, here's some seeds. And some people, I don't know where it always ends up, and I always hope for, when I give it to someone, that it's like giving out a puppy. If you know what I mean. Like, do you have hopefully this person's got good intention. When like I got some dogs at the market, or my favorite girl, I got her at the market, right? And I always thought, like, and I given away puppies at a market. So you're like, looking the person up and down. You gonna do the right thing with this dog? Yeah. Okay. You can have her. So like giving out your seeds is like that too, right? You're kind of hopeful that they don't get in the wrong hands.
Right on, right on. But I'm kind of, I'm with you, but I'm kind of opposed on that pollen chucking thing. You know, I'd love to
Oh
see
yeah.
a lot of breeding going on, but I'm afraid there's so many people just wanting to. Again, we're right back to the buck thing,
Okay.
where it always goes wrong. You know what I mean? To breed and then throw some stuff out there that isn't bred with love. And you're talking about responsible breeding and doing it with the
Oh,
passion and wanting to create something. But there's a lot of people out there that just kind of want to just throw some stuff together, and then they all of a sudden I'm going to start putting packs out there. That's
I
the
think
kind of breeding I'm kind of
opposed to.
against. And there's too many,
Oh, me too.
yeah, there's too many people doing it. But
You
you're
know what
talking
though?
about responsible
That's
breeding.
gonna sort itself out.
I'm with
That
that.
is totally gonna sort itself out. Though you're gonna buy a pack of that stuff and go, tastes like the last one, and then you're finally gonna think at some point, like I say, people watching your show are gonna realize, whoa, I love that plant. I cloned that plant because I loved it so much, right? Now I'm gonna like, I have never gone into the whole feminized thing. I've I'm starting to look at the idea with more open eyes. But I've always done my breeding males and females, thinking that I was throwing out half of the fucking package if I throw out the male side, because I really believe that he carries along some stuff with him that you won't get just opening up half of the pool. So I've always done that. And I think that that's, and then people like, but the new growers want to make sure they're female seeds and this and that. And I understand that. And some, gorillas don't want to go out without, just they want to use seedlings and they want to bring them out that way and whatever. And these are all real things and they have their place. But for me, as a person that just wants to select from myself, I look at it because, like I told you, I had the wicked beginnings there with cannabis, where I'm like, wow, okay, I'm dealing with PTSD, so I select for stuff that makes me feel happy, and that's it. I don't care if it looks ugly. If it's got no bag appeal, but of course, like I love good buds, like I love the just like everyone, right? So, but if it comes right down to it, if it makes me feel happy, and secondly, it's got to smoke nice, like it's got to if to be able to get to happy. So yeah, I guess firstly, I can smoke it down and I can manage to get through it, and I liked it the whole way, and then it has that happy effect. I want to keep it. So then I think it's my like, if I want to, am I going to be able to keep this as a clone forever? Probably not. Like yeah, I've kept them for 15 years, but probably not. And because that's a lot of, I know she's got diseases and bugs at that point. You know what I mean? It's systemic fucking mildews and all those things are in there. But you love her, so you keep her. It's like people. You gonna throw someone out because they got something going on? No, you're gonna deal with it. Um, so you, but shit, what's the point? So you find that one you love. I think you really need to do some work with it, where you back cross. You find whether usually I like to use the father or a brother to start the back cross. But if you can't find that, you find another good male somehow out of another pack or whatever, and then you cross back to that one you love, or you cross to the one you love, and you open seeds. And then we all know the back cross program. And I do basically the same thing as what you do selfing, how selfers do it, but I just choose out the boy each time, and I go back to the mothers. And sometimes I haven't really gone. I know most people do it the other way, where they keep the father around. But I've done most of mine where I choose the father because I really like that mother. So I'm back crossing to that one to stabilize what I really loved about mom. And then after you get it cubed, then you can start to open up to change up. Oh, now we're going to use the mother, like a new, and that's what I think. That's just in my opinion, the way anyone that really loves a plant would probably try that out with it, because then you're gonna hold it in seed form. You can call it pollen chucking, call it breeding, whatever it is. You're creating something that you. And if you don't like it, then you don't like it. But and if you're unfortunate enough to buy some from someone like that, shit, I'm sorry. That, like what you're talking about, the people that just throw that shit together. And that sucks because I've been there too, or I've been disappointed. I bought some seeds where I was hyped. I'm like, oh, this came from Amsterdam fucking years ago, right? And oh, this is going to be great. And put all this effort into it, and bunch of garbage, right? And so I can't even remember what one it was. I've always tried to remember. I'm like, what one was that? But so yeah, at that point, I didn't buy too many more seeds. I started going through my collection of stuff that worked and sorting out and trying to select for something better, like something more reliable than worrying about quality after for outdoor. For indoor, it's a different thing. But but I still think that you go kind of about it like that. Sorry, I lost you, Eagle.
Oh no, it's completely me muting myself. I
Oh,
like
it's
the
okay.
fact that you're using you prefer to work with the regular seeds there. You're right. I believe you're absolutely right about you're only working with half the gene pool there. You're very much limiting yourself. And one of the things I find a bummer about fem seeds is well, I mean, what to me, what would be the purpose of a fem seed? You know what I mean? And when I think about a fem seed, what is the purpose of a fem seed? I want a female version of the plant that I love. Well, in most cases, again, in my thought, my mindset when I'm thinking about seeds, fem seeds, and I guess I'm only thinking about a good, quality breeder here. Is I want to throw if I've got fem seeds, and this hardly is a thing anymore. I want to take them seeds. I want to throw them down. I want to have. If I throw four down, I want four females. I want them to damn near be clones. You know what I mean? If that's what I'm thinking of fems. I don't want no variants. You know what I mean? If there's
But there will
variants
be.
there, I know.
Yeah.
I'll just pop the regulars and then do my
Mm-hmm.
pheno hunt. I'm not necessarily popping fem seeds to pheno hunt. I'm popping fem seeds because I want, like I said, six across the board that are all the same, female. And that's not
Yeah.
happening. So if that's not happening, I might as well go regular seeds and, like you're saying, get the complete gene pool, get the
Yeah.
entire selection out of the,
That's
just makes more
or
sense.
I hear you and I agree. And the one thing I've been thinking though, like I said in the beginning of this part of the conversation where we got into this fem seed, is okay. So you self. Well, maybe in a situation where I brought this back cross that I did work with male, and now I found that I've opened up like to in my tests, and I'm at the cubed point, or and I found that holy shit, this one is just amazing. Like out of because even going to the cube point with a male, you've got it to now what? So it goes 50, 75, 87, and what like it's 98% off of that back cross, right? Off of the female's genetics. So you've already narrowed it down your gene pool back crossing onto with males. So if you were to open up and say you found the one odd recessive pheno or something, that's just amazing. Well, then maybe you'd self that one to see if you could lock it. I don't know. I'm no scientist, right? But I just had some experience where I started thinking about that more and more as I read and stuff and read the science. And I go, yeah, maybe that's when it becomes a thing where I can start to see where you're trying, you've gotten like, you've worked it both ways. Like, I don't know. Some people say, no, you'll get a hermaphrodite out of it. But I kind of, I don't really know enough to like with, and then I'm like, well, whatever, it's just an experiment and you could take it. And if it doesn't work out, you could just eat those seeds or something like, cause it's just, it is what it is in the end. That's why I kind of used to call it pollen chucking. And now I'm sort of starting to think, it's all breeding. It's all and I'm worried about like I'm worried about what if the hemp pollen gets on the weed crops and all this and shit. That in the next you must watch Shangolosa's show. That's another that when I watched an episode a while back, and he was talking. Yeah. He was talking to the guy about the fem seeds, and they talked about the. And I know Breeder Steve has said this, and that's a guy I think he's excellent. He's a funny guy. Whatever. Every time I watch him, I crack up. He was talking about the seeds that are infertile. Have you experienced that? Where the plant just makes these little fucking nubs without hairs, almost like this, just like this weird little. They look chunky, but it looks different. It's. I've seen it, and I thought, what the hell is up with this plant? It can't get pollen. It can't get pregnant. And then I heard them talking about it, and went, "Oh, I've seen that." So there's that's going to come out, and that's going to be the thing. Where the people that are doing fields of infertile fem seed that just all come up infertile, so their neighbor's hemp crop doesn't matter, and then so that they can sell seed and you can't reproduce it too, is what I also think. But that's going to be like, I'd say we're in the next 5 years, we're going to see that everywhere.
He's pretty close. I've had him on the show a couple of times, and he said he was real close when he was on. But that's one of those mind benders, man. I mean, how do you make seeds from something that can't be impregnated? You know what I mean? It seems, it seems like quite the task there. I memean, how would? I don't even know.
Who have you had on the show? Sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Breeder Steve, he's been on the show.
Oh, he's been on the show a couple times. I'm gonna have to go back and look him up on this one. I didn't realize he was on your show too, because like I say, he's hilarious. I always think, and he's a wealth of knowledge, right? Like, anyone like that is all here. Yeah, again.
He was a fun one.
I bet
he actually he's one of the few guests that, I mean, he was fun. The first episode, it was very good conversation, but it was like serious conversation. Okay,
good. Yeah, I'm gonna listen.
And at the time, I had a cat in the chat, that Dr. Buzz Lightyear, and he was always messing with me. He told me at one point he used to be the earpiece, like for the news people, and he said he would always be fucking with them while they were on air to try to get them to smile or whatever. And he was good, man. He was always in chat fucking with me during the episodes, and he kept he threw up the question, boxers are brief. Remember the old Fruit of the Loom commercials?
Yeah.
So he cracked me up. I'm like, oh, I'm totally asking this one. So when he kind of fucking comes to, I'm like, well, Breeder Steve, what Chet's really wanting to know is boxers are briefs. And he just kind of looks at me and he's like, free baller.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it.
So they kind of changed the whole course of the interview. He kind of like totally let down his guard and started to have fun with it. And so towards the end there, I asked him, I'm like, so Mr. Steve, if you had fun, you mind? Would you think about coming back? And he says, yeah. If you quit sending me those goddamn dick pics. And I'm like, I didn't even think he had it in him, or I didn't see it coming. But man, he hilarious. About fucking laughed me right out of my fucking chair with that shit. Yeah,
I bet. That's fucking funny.
Second time he came back on. What's funny is when I sent out the invitation for the next time, I sent him a text with a fucking a stud with the pollen sacs about opened up, so it was basically a cannabis dick pic. And I was like, hey, what do you think about hilarious. Coming back on? He's like, hey, he always laughing. He's like, I could be happy to come back on. Second time, he was like chatting with an old friend, man. He was fucking totally laid back.
That's awesome.
Fun to talk to.
I have a tiny little thing with Breeder Steve that I'd say. I was at the park, and this guy comes over to me and he says, "Hey, what are we smoking?" This is a year or two ago. Oh, two now, I guess. It's back when before the whole COVID thing, you know what I mean? Like, oh, look at him all up here. Is this what we're smoking? And he's from like somewhere way down south, Colombia or beyond. And anyways, he says, "Oh, I got something for you out of nowhere. And here I've got these seeds from Colombia that when I was in this area, I was smoking with this Indian population, and they gave me these seeds." And he knew where the town was. He knew the region. So I said, "Oh, really? Thank you very much. I just met him. He just gave them to me." I'm like, "Fuck, wow, this is wild." So I'm like, "Wow, I got Colombia." And he says, they're really nice and they're different than the weed here. Like he meaning in his way that our indica was too strong for him. He was used to some some more like a little something lighter. And because he's ripped by the end of this joint, right? He's like, "It's a little lighter than what you're smoking." So I'm like, "Okay, so awesome, thank you very much." So I try to start these seeds, and only one start, but I got a seed, and I know it's from Colombia, so I know Breeder Steve. I'm following him on the Instagram thing, and I was honored when he followed me a year ago. I'm like, "What the hell, Breeder Steve's following?" That kind of thing, and so I text Breeders or write him a direct message there and say, "Yeah, hey bud, what's up with this? If you could please, I got this seed." And he says, "Well, it was probably a mango beche," as what his thing right away. So I'm like, "Oh, cool. Now I got a little information on this thing." Because it's a neat seedling. It's still only pretty little. This is just around Christmas time. It's growing slow because I topped it and did a pretty heavy defoliation just to keep it in check, to keep her in the spot she was in. But so this thing bleeds red. I've never seen a red bleeder. I've heard all about this red bleeding thing, right? I popped its top. I'm like, "Whoa, what the hell?" It looked like purple, red, blood red. Like, nice. I'm like, wow. I've read about it, heard about it. It's the first one I had like it. So, and it's skinniest leaves I've ever seen in my life. By far, like, oh shit, man. I don't know. Maybe some of them are only a quarter inch across. And they're skinny. So I hope that I like it, because sometimes I don't really like the mango flavor on weed, but sometimes I do. It all depends, but we'll see. I'm psyched though that I got, and I don't know if it's a male or a female. So if it's a male, I'll cross it to something, and sort things out and try to find that pheno that from because that's what I like about growing is, like, yeah, it's going to take you a while, but you're going to grow through this. You're going to sort through these seeds. You're going to try to find that one. You're going to, you might get lost in a different direction along the way, forget about something, but it's kind of like conversation when you're stoned. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I thought I was going that way, but
I can appreciate that myself, but again, man, a lot of people these days don't have the patience like that, and they're like popping it. "Oh, this is the one. This isn't the one. This isn't the one." I can see, I can appreciate from people like yourself taking the time, want to work through it, not give up.
yeah,
It's
like,
not too often.
yeah, it's that coming up. When I went to this regenerative conference, that was real. I know you guys have it in Michigan too. So that was great because I got to listen to everybody speak and all that, and then meet some locals that I hadn't met before, and through that, one young guy in particular that I'd say, I'm like, yeah, he's growing with his heart, and I just say right now, hey Josh, you really fucking doing a great job of it, and just keep doing what you're doing because it's all going to come together, man. So he'll be listening to this too. He's growing these things in one of the hardest places to grow, and just for the pure love of growing them, and it's really a journey to do it from seed each year and try to try to choose the pheno and you make mistakes, and those mistakes can set you back too. And so it's also a good thing to know when to cash it in on a certain line and go a different direction too. And he's going through all that and seeing things, and it's really neat. So I like watching other people's journeys with it. So I've been sharing some of the seeds that I got at the Regenerate conference with a few people, and then hearing their stories about what it does for them. Because I got this line I told you about, this Mighty Mite, I keep going back to. So Mighty Mite's that little 3-4 footer, and it was hybridized with something. And I wish I knew who to thank, but I don't. They just came up to me at the conference and, oh, hey, you talked about Mighty Mite. This is related to Mighty Mite. This is a Mighty Mite hybrid. So, oh yeah, thank you very much. They gave me 22 seeds, and that was it, right? I'm like, oh yeah, awesome. But it's something that's a really special one, and I've shared it across Canada, and it's doing great everywhere it goes. So it's and it's kind of that's what I really love to see, is when people take it and then it's selection. It's not, you can call it whatever you want, but it's all it ever will be is what that plant is. So I don't want to change its name or anything. The person that gave it to me, they call it Foxy Fruity. So I'm like, yeah, that's a great little strain, the Foxy Fruity. So this goes back to the mango beet shake. So right away I'm like, well, I'm going to make the Foxy beet shake. It just sounds funny to me. So whatever way that beet is if it's a male or a female, it'll find its way to the Foxies. So yeah, but it's fun to hear people's takes on the same line and what it's doing for them. And then I've been seeing pics on Instagram of her, and I'm like, oh, that's great, look at her. And, she's doing great on the mainland. And like I say, I wish I knew who to thank, but I know I'm not changing its name, and I'm inbreeding it. And that's another thing I'll tell people that don't know much about breeding. When you receive your seeds, whatever they are, don't just throw them out as what you see the first generation. Make sure you go a couple times before you understand what it is that you got, because then you can make a selection that will be with some intelligent selection, actually, because you're watching that line unfold and you're like, oh yeah, oh, that was that one. Oh yeah, look at what that. And if you can, work with multiple males, because that gives you, again, even if you're going to mix the pollen up for at least the first 2 times, because then you're going to open up things. Then you make your selections after you've got it blocked, and then go from there. And I even think that on the poly hybrids and stuff too, because selection means a lot. It's going to really push something in a direction after a couple times even. So that's just, it makes it a lot easier, because I think a lot of people try something. They're like, no, that's not it. And they're off to the next one, off to the next one, off to the next one. And most things hold what you're actually looking for if you unfold enough of it and open up the package. That's what I think. But most of us can't open up massive numbers. So if you start with something that's already fucking fire, then you're gonna not need to really open up too many numbers. So that's always a great thing if you're starting in that spot. But I do think they're in almost everything.
You think, though, you said, in certain instances you don't feel like you changed the name, but don't you think once you can like mess with the lineages, kind of cross it a little bit, you should,
Yeah,
kind of
I
at
do. Well,
least
then you
note
can.
it
Yeah,
somewhat?
I do. Yeah, I do. But I don't like to. I kind of like to remember where it's from. So unless I do a cross, like you say, but I really like line breeding lines too. Like just keep on going down that line and maybe doing back crosses, and then you'll get nicknames because it's a back cross to you know how the individuals get their nickname. You'll have a plant that she got a nickname, even though she's belongs to this strain. Well, she's nicknamed that because she's your girl or whatever that you've got in that room.
That's
And then you can maybe, if you're back crossing to her, you might start to nickname her that line or whatever, like, or that call that line that nickname. But make sure I put it down somewhere that it's for the sake of this conversation, it's Foxy Fruity, but it's like she has one of those, the lemon line of the fox, right? It's one of the the phenos though that I started to really like. I'm like, oh, this lemon is really doing something for me. So yeah,
Right.
I
I
get.
can, I get that. I honestly get that, that, and I agree with the name of it. I just kind of feel like, I don't know. And again, this isn't, I'm not pro or con. This is more discussion sake than anything. But I just kind of feel that, once you've kind of put your mark on it, then if it's put forth, I shouldn't say you're gonna, if it's put forth, then who's ever kind of put their mark on it should kind of like put their mark on it. And that's because in a way it has been altered somewhat, so it isn't necessarily, the
I
original,
understand.
you
Yeah,
know, it can sway because, unless again you're actually like friends with the creator, and and you actually have a good essence of what they were looking for, and their quest for, like you're talking about, you start working a strain, you start taking off in a direction. Well, when they created that strain, they took off in that direction. And then when somebody else starts working with it and you find something else, well, it's that strain, but it's kind of tweaked slightly. You know what I mean? And
I do.
from that point, it can go in another direction. Kind of.
Yeah.
I know you.
Oh, I do know, and that's I agree with you. So you can name it after one point. You name it whatever you want, but I always, if I know the person, the creator, or whatever you want to call it, the like, because I think that we've been at this as humans for way too long to think that just the last guy that touched it is the creator. You know what I mean? It's just so it's such an old plant that we have to give it up to like generations before us, really, and so it's like. Those that are selections make it yours or mine. That's what I think. The name doesn't really mean shit. It's just if you like it and you selected it, and then I might try it and go, yeah, fucking Eagle stuff is
See,
rocking. That's what it could be.
I guess when I envision them packs, I just kind of see it like, I've taken 808's headband and did
Mm-hmm.
my pheno selection and back crossed and come up with my version of 808
Nice.
headband.
Yeah, yeah,
And this is Mark's headband. You know
yeah,
what I mean? But you've
yeah. I
nodded the
do.
head to the, you've given proper nod.
I think that's a good way to do it. It's call it the like the lemon fox or whatever, right? They tell us it's the foxy still or the foxy BJ if it goes that way. Like I say, that one's a funny one, but it could be any of these names, and they all would possibly like is sometime we're going to learn. There'll be so much. It'll probably have some kind of freaking scan on our app on our phones. That. Oh, what's that one? That one's like, oh, it'll give you like your lab test basically. That'll be wild. Yeah, that one's that turf. That's that turf. But until then, you got to go through all that. And I kind of like the old way of you tasted it, you smoked it, and yeah, that one gets you really high. Yeah, I like that one. I'm not knowing if there's, it would just, it's really stony. That's all the knowledge. It like kind of tastes like grapes or something like, whatever it is. And that's like about it. That's kind of all I see is really needs is but it's good to know where they come from, but when it comes right down to it, that's what I kind of like to call them is, oh, that's grapey, and oh, that one's like, I just hit this one lately that I'm like, I've heard about this root beer thing, right? And the root beer turf. Well, I got one I call it the Dr. Pepper because it's like it's a cherry cola. It has like a little bit of and the way it's like a bit metallic-y, but it has like a cherry and a bit of cola, a little sweetness to it. But it's not root beer, but it's a pop. And I've also tasted Sprites, and that's what I thought about when I heard about this root beer. I'm like, oh yeah, it's like the Sprite I nicknamed before, and that's like I can't even remember what strain that was, but it's a pheno, right? So it just becomes that's Sprite, and whatever. Like I had plants that everyone's into these burnt rubbers and stuff. Well, I had Black Domina, and it reeked like fucking hamburgers. It was gross, but it gets you ripped. This is in the 90s, and it smelled like hamburgers. Like you'd like, oh, like if you eating a hamburger and your hands smell like it, that weird kind of like, oh, I gotta wash my hands. Like I try not to get that, but you know what I'm saying? Like you'd smell the weed and it was like, oh, gross. But let me smell it again, kind of stuff. And yeah, I don't know. We just nicknamed it hamburgers, but it didn't last because it so I've smelled all sorts of weird stuff. I guess that's kind of like what I've read is one of those rotten meat protein smells. Those are make good hashes, and that's kind of gross, like a roadkill skunk. That's kind of idea. And I'll still some of the sometimes I'll get that smell and I'll be like, oh, like something about that I like, but it's disgusting. There's I catch that in a couple of the older ones I got, but it's almost unpleasant.
So, what do you think it is about the rotting meat kind of terps that make good hash?
I really think that when I remember old hash from like being a kid, it's something about that. Well, I think it's a couple things. I think it's greasy. When sometimes I don't know if I'm right because I've seen in the same variety it has different phenos that are either dry. Do you know what I mean? The crystal is real dry and gritty, and that probably makes the best. That's probably from the Afghani selections that made the best dry sift hash because it was so gritty and so easy to bang off the plants. And then the greasier resin seems to have those really weird, stinky smells and it doesn't just. It's harder to like grind. You're able to, if you grind it when it's too wet, you'll end up smearing it on the plant material, and then you can't break it off correctly, so it has to wait till it's cold and dry. You can't like try to do it in the humid, the dry sift, so it's really a harder thing. Like, and I'm not opposed to water hash. I love this stuff, but it's really hard to do right, the drying of it. And so I like my dry sift because the dry sift is dry already. I don't have to try to like take this thing, dry it once, then do all this shit to it, like the microplaning, all that, and or like then dry it again, and hope that I don't get mold, and like because I don't have a freeze dryer for one, and all that kind of technology. So I've got to do these big like all this big area for this. I don't know. It just doesn't. It's not that I don't like it. Like I say, I think it's great stuff, and I've made some nice batches, but. I just for me, I like to just make a small batch and be able to like scrape some out and enjoy it, or like really lightly, whichever I want. Like if I want some like what I'm smoking tonight is more of a full bodied hash, I'd say. Like it's got a little bit more.
To be honest with you, people give bubble hash artists a super lot of credit, and I guess there's some to be had. There
Yeah.
it is an art just like anything else, but in my opinion, it's more artiste. For the dry sift.
Oh,
You have to be more careful. You have to know your strains. There's a
yep.
fine line between
I,
I've got gold to shit. Now I've got work to do.
yeah. Yeah. I was just talking about that tonight. I had this one chunk of hash. There's always that one that you make that is like sets a standard. You know what I mean? Just like anything in life, whatever we did, and then you try to like do that. And I think it was. I've read about it in this book here, the Rob Clark's Big Book of Hashish. That older, I don't know if you know that book. Yeah, it talks about it in there that when you're trimming, dry trimming, but the plant is still like, just like this stuff, so it's coming off, but it's it's still got some wetness to it, a little bit in the sticks. It's got a bit of some of this still, but you start getting anxious, so you're going to start trimming, and you trim over your screen, but the materials the heads are of crystal are dry, but the plant material is a bit wet. It's still just a bit because it hasn't fully done, and then they'll snap, but the material won't break down. And it just happens you get a small amount of it when you're trimming just over that screen, right? You just going on, trying to do anything, almost like a one bounce. It was what it ends up to be. And that's my favorite stuff, actually. And then there's the intentional, of course, the one bounce. And I've seen how simple it can be with a bit of the right spot and technique. And like up in the mountains here, it gets really nice and cold. So just like Afghanistan, basically. So an old friend of mine in the Kootenays, he had a simple setup. He'd set up a nice table with he'd put down, he wasn't using parchment because, again, you got to use what you can do. That's why I say to people, you got to start where you are and use what you have. So he put down some newspaper, try to get the cleanest piece without any print on there. And then he just took this simple box that he built, and it was a piece of material that he found was just the right, like, piece of, just like the Afghanis, man. Just the right piece of silk weave, and he built a little box for it, and it was deep sides, just like a little box, and he just put a small amount, and he'd shift the box like this over top of that thing in the really cold night in the basement where it was cold, and he would make the best hash. It was always white, like the powder was like not beach sand but snow. And strain related too, but it was beautiful. And I see what you mean, because I used to say that to him, like, you're like an artist, man. Like the just the way he'd sift, it was freaking awesome. But there's a few people that take it like that, and I agree with you. I think that dry sift is a real art, and it's a lost art. And I don't know if you're following that the Bubba Q79 or something like that, and Pakistan Land Race Exchange, and the Afghani Land Race Exchange. Check them out. And every day they're posting the traditional hash fields and hash sifting of that region. It's really fucking fun to watch, and educational. And it's I don't know. I like seeing that, because it's all the knowledge that's in these books, but now on the phone or on the screen, right? You can watch these guys actually do it. It's like this year and whatever. And there's some really cool selections they're selling a seed too. That actually I go, wow, that's cool. If you could incorporate some of those traditional hashish lines into our modern stuff, right?
Well, I'd like to watch as well as read too, because like we're saying, you can read, step by step in a book. You know what I
Yeah.
mean, and be able to get it. But there's so much to watch. Like you said, watching that movement when they do stuff, and you're like,
that's it.
That just saved me a whole day or a batch that I may have fucked up. You know what I mean? It's just a little technique and how they do stuff. So I do like to watch stuff, even though I may have watched the process 1,000 times. There just might be that one little trick that one artist does, where you have that aha moment where, I thought that would work. I know I should have tried that 1,000 times, but it does work. It's it's just fun to watch people do shit you enjoy, flat out.
I agree, and that's why I say it's real art. And, well, not to say water hash isn't an art, but I like water hash because I used to say 20 years ago when I first tried it, it was like, well, this is cool because you can't really bullshit. Well, you can, though. Like when you're paddling, if you're just paddling nice and easy, what's there is there, and it comes out, and that's that. Whereas if you're dry sifting, you try to do, like, someone goes hard on the thing and they're starting to scrub, well, then they're pushing plant material, and they have, then it's not that where they want it to be by accident, even like someone learning that, oh, you can't touch that hard. So there's that about it. So where the water won't try, like if you scrub on plant material that doesn't have resin, you're going to get something under the screen. It's going to be plant. But if you do the water process right, you'd seem like if that doesn't have any resin, there's just nothing coming out on that side, right? So, it kind of doesn't lie. And I like that about it. It shows, but like I said, it's a really, it's something you have to have the infrastructure to do correctly, or you're risking, you might as well dry sift it. Even if you did push a little hard, you'll still have a good quality product that would, or smoke that would last for like the aging process, and that will change it too, and all the way you treat it after. Like, and you can. I've been playing around because you watch these videos that I talk about, and it talks in the old books too. Like, you take after you sift, you clean your sift by bouncing it through a bag, like going poop 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 on like a little sack, right? And I started thinking, well, what if I take some sift that I've gone kind of hard and bulk extracted and bounce it through my 73. So whatever bounces through goes through, and whatever stays on top of the 73, there's the 73, right? And hey, it's nice. This is what it is right here, and this is really nice. So even though it's still like a darker hash, like a traditional, it caught on that side of the screen. This is just my idea of like, again, keeping things really simple seems to be the way to success in most things. Like, if you complicate it, you're going to get more mistakes. You're going to more to mess up.
See, when I dry sift, I don't ever go to that grind. I guess
You're just bouncing.
I've got a screen that I built that's actually sitting up there, and that's my starter screen. And when I'm to that point, that beginning there, I don't ever like rub it. I give it a crinkle, and then I bounce, and then I give it a crinkle, and then a bounce, and then I'll pull it off, most of the material, and then I'll sit there and I'll play that top screen. I actually like to do it, play some of my favorite music, and just kind of
Oh yeah,
with the beat, and you can actually watch it.
You rock
it, and I'll work it around the screen. You can work it back and forth with the bounce.
I love the bounce,
and then again work it all that bounce all the way through the screens. You know what I mean? That first couple of bounces, and then kind of take that aside. I usually get some pretty good material, but I don't overwork that initial material because I know how hard it is to get it back. You know what I mean? I'm real try to be gentle with that, and then the rest I'm like, fuck it, I'm washing that.
Oh yeah, that's
I just wash that.
I do the same thing too. I like that. But then I've been making it, doing the like, okay, take that initial, the first bounce, and I put it aside, and then I've got like, I got a little bit of that fucking premium, and then I'll like decide that sometimes I like that 80s kind of hash, so I'll make the second one, and I'll give it a little bit of with a card, usually a back and forth, whoosh whoosh whoosh, and so it's not really a grind. Like I use that as the like, the typical thing you'll see on the movies where you see a guy grinding or whatever, So I'll use that as the example, but it's typically a card, and still light enough, but then with a little bit more, like trying to, I'll eat this or whatever, put it into edibles and throw it in some butter or whatever. I always think that I can, and then at the third go, there's not much coming off of it. It's not even worth it. That's the way I see it. I'm like, this is just compost. And so, you could probably still get some edibles, I bet, but I haven't done that. I've just like used the seconds as a rougher hash and an edible, but kind of always like that's the first bounce. I agree completely. It's the one you want. It's going to melt. It's going to do all that, but I still appreciate all kinds of things. That's all I could say.
Oh, me too. Some of the best hash I've ever had was some Lebanese hash, and you could see it when he cut it. You could see tiny pieces of plant material in it, but it was so good. It was so worth the time of going back. He was just getting ready to pack up, in the Detroit Cup there, and I journeyed back. I had lost, actually, kind of lost the group I was in. I didn't lose them, but we separated. Let's say that we separated. Kind of got wandered off, and then I, kind of hooked up with them during the concert, and I'm like, where you guys been? They're like, man, we were over here at this Lebanon's hash booth, man. You should have been over there. I'm like, what the fuck, man? So I ran back, and he was just, getting ready to pack everything up, and I'm like, please. He could tell that I appreciated hash, brief conversation, and he
Oh yeah,
breaks his little bar. He had a nice bar, some nice paper. He all opens it
love
up.
the slab. Yeah.
Yeah, cuts me
Well,
off a nice little hunk.
that is
You'll
very
love
very.
that, he says.
Oh, you
You'll love
did too.
this. Oh, I did too. Oh
Yeah,
man, so
that
delicious.
they talk about that in the book there about Lebanon, how there's different, like they had all the names for the different screens, the different the different numbers of times you went through the material has a different name and different screen size. It all had traditional names. So they're kind of got their own system compared to other places, right? So it's going to be. I remember I only tried it one time, but there was blonde Lebanese, which I tried lots of times, and there was red Leb, it was called, and I only tried it once, and it was probably like '88. I was a kid, and I got to smoke some of that, and I'll never forget it because the hash was red, not red, like you know what I mean, like earthy kind of red, but
Mm-hmm.
red enough that you
Oxidized
call it
hash.
red. Yeah, it's like wow, look at that, like yeah, like a clay kind of red, but only once. So and now I've read about it though. That's a Lebanese thing. It could be the soil, whatever. Right, stuck to the resin because of the dirt in the desert. But it
I
could be
actually
this.
had some hash that it made pink hash. It was sangria,
I've seen
which was
purple.
it was beautiful. It was Voodoo Mayo, which is a Chinese strain Jinx had, 10 to 9 pound
Huh.
hammer. And that shit made just a beautiful, every time a pink, it had just a pretty pink hue to it. And man, it was so, so tasty.
Oh, I
But
bet.
yeah, every time that pink hue to it.
So going back to the old days too. This one hash though was that I said I had the hash that's the gauge. It was silver. It was beautiful. It was fucking silver hash, and I've in that in same book again. I've only read about it. It's a Turkish hash is sometimes noted to be silver. Well, this was made in like 95, 96 kind of thing, and it was made out of Northern Lights, and it was fucking silver hash though. It was beautiful. Uh, I was just this evening. We were me and the JFK again. We're just talking about it, and. Just saying, remember that fucking hash? Yeah, I do. I said I still use that as the gauge. But whatever we did, we were just young, but we made this stuff, and it was all the things came in. Like I say, they kind of. That's why I like those. Like they really, again, pair to like not pair, but compare to the way the wine thing is done up, where it can age and it can be from a year and you can say, yeah, that was 2020, it was really good. Shit, I think that'll be really something when we get to that point. But
It might, again, I can see it. I can appreciate, the curing of long term curing of hashes and stuff like that. I just,
mhm.
I love it too much. I even
I
like that Lebanese hash. Most
Oh, you
people would have,
smoked it.
took
I
that.
wanted
Oh
to.
yeah, I did.
I was with you, Eagle. I wanted to.
Most
In a
people,
day or
and
two.
I see so many people around here, man. They got, and this is like my portable rolling tray. You know what I mean?
Nice.
I fucking hang. I know a lot of people. They show up at these events. They flip this thing open. They pull out like 30 different samples of like hash, and I'm like, no way that's happening at my house. You know what I mean? I can't do it. There's no way I could keep a library like that.
No.
Especially if it's good. I'm enjoying that to the last little puff on it. I'm like, oh man, waking up and going, man, I still got a little nug of that somewhere. Where did it go?
Hmm.
uh, and remember it. I just have a hard time putting things back to remember. But maybe someday, if things become in larger amounts, I guess maybe. Not at this point. Nice bud. What do you got there? What is
So
that?
this one is let's see what it looks like. It's got a nice flush out. It's really really faded. That's for sure. It went right yellow, but that is one of those ones who I don't really know what she is. She's an old one, and then we crossed with a Satori. So it was a Satori male on the old Indica line that we call Vera. So there we go. Just trim that up a little bit there. I don't know if that's in focus or not, but it's a nice bud. It's got a beautiful, oh yeah, it's got its classic kind of smell. It definitely changed. Like who I've listened to a few times and thought, huh, that's very much how I think. Is the Talking Trees, Tyler, I think his name is. Those seeds there out. I think he's from like Southern California or something. He's been on a few. What's that one I watch? Open Cannabis. No. What's it called? Budgasm on Instagram.
Future Cannabis.
Future Cannabis. Yeah, that's the one. And always good shows that guy too. But what was the point? I can't remember. Well, no, this bud, anyways. It's really fucking nice. I'm baked already. I'm gonna try this one too. But I can't remember what I was talking about, Eagle. you know the story. Shit, it'll come back.
There, bud. To me, it looks like it has like some like a sunshiny. I'm thinking like a citrusy tone.
Oh, you got it. It's so it's something different though. It's like a candy with like a fake citrus. You know what I mean? Like it's like, oh yeah, but do you know what I'm saying when you say fake to it? Like I've smelt that lots of times. I'm like, yeah, this is like
candy-ish.
Yeah, like remind you of a fruit, but then there's like this fake, like I don't know, like whatever chemical they use in candy or whatever that makes shit smell like that. It's got that kind of like a bit of a chem to it in the citrus. Really nice,
like a cleaner kind of.
Yeah, you got it. Like, oh yeah, that's why they call that the cleaner, right? That's it, the Jack's cleaner and all these. So yeah, that's funny. That's the first. I noticed that you're like you knew Weed Nerd, and I'm like, oh yeah, Weed Nerd. That's neat because that's some of the first videos I found when I was like just getting into watching YouTube and that, because I never really got into the shit, into much of it. And then I thought, well, what if there's weed videos on there, right? And then I found weed videos on the TV, is what I call it. But it's so I saw the episode. I came into that when he was going to that garden of Whedon guy. Do you know those ones? That old guy called Dave. That cracked me up because I'm like, oh, this old hippie taking the weed whipper to the hedge mower to the plants and all that. And so that's when and then all these other videos started coming into my feeds and stuff, right? So it was just, that was the first one though, that I saw, and I thought, Weed Nerd's fucking, this guy, I laughed. I'm like, he must be like from down south or something, because this fucking guy makes me laugh. And there's something about him, and then it's just like he does his own thing, right? I might not be into all the same stuff, but I appreciate that with someone, right? Like when they're themselves. And I saw that on your show too, and I thought, fuck, the guy is like, that's kind of thing I appreciate with people when they're who they are. And I think weed helps us all be that way, is like, just accept for be who you are, fucking see what's up, don't try to, and it's good to see that there's lots
of fun episodes. Them weeding
Yeah.
episodes were some fun ones. I like the, they were, Dave was a cool guy in anyways, but I appreciated the fact I always liked when they jammed. They'd get the
Oh
guitars
yeah,
out and
I
he'd
was
just
gonna
let
get
it
that to that.
play
I
and
was gonna get
fucking,
to that.
oh man, that was gold.
I know, right? Yeah, I thought so too. Like I was all baked, and he'd just play away. But he's a good like what that was one of the points I'd like to make for me is that old man was a good had a good philosophy on things where he was a kind of keep it simple approach on this whole thing where he just was like, well, look, you take this bed, you turn it over, you put some amendments into it, and uh, uh, turn it. You throw your. I think he was throwing hay and everything else, like almost like a no-till style, but a little bit of tilling with his mower in the beginning, right, to get her fucking rocking. But then he just threw some simple hoop house, no ends, airway through it, and water. And the guy was doing all right. Like he made it simple, and then you look at that cheese scrog or whatever, and there's some fucking weed there, man. Like for a simple garden, and that just goes to show somebody whether it's indoor or outdoor. It doesn't have to be a fancy thing. It can be like a simple garden, and it can make it done with that like philosophy of like that's why I say indoors. A big bucket. Like if you're going to use a bucket, try at least a 3 to 5 at minimum. And if you can hit a 7 to 10, I think that's probably easier for someone. And but that kind of stuff is like that's I think key is less is more. And again, going back to Breeder Steve, I have to say to him that I heard him say that the best weed he'd smoked is chicken shit and lime. And me too. I have to say, he was keeping it very simple for just throwing the whole together and oh fuck, here, crack, throw some of this, throw some of that, throw a plant in there. That's the best. That is it. The just less is more. And doesn't have to be chicken shit and lime. It could be a scoop of good compost if that's all you got, and then turned over in a nice way with the thought out. Oh, there's good drainage here. There's all that good sun. Water's right close, and the fucking thing is going to do a good thing. It doesn't need as much as you might think. Like it's a lot of hype again on what these things need. Like that, you can grow some dank and you get your big, huge smart pot thing or whatever. You're going to get the bigger results, but I really think that it takes on more of the character of the place when you just stick it in a small hole and let it go and let it become that thing on the edge of a forest or whatever. It's got all the forest intelligence, all those kind of things. That's where you're going to see your best weeds. It might only be a fraction of the yield, but because it's got to tough it out a bit. But that's where you get the real chronics. That's what I've seen from outdoor. It's a little bit of stress coming with it. It's going to give you the something you don't get when you you kind of get plant obesity or whatever, like something at one point where they're more like the turkey thing, right? They're just getting on weight and water weight. It's different than toughing it out.
I'm with you on that. I'm glad to hear you say that because I've been a big advocate of that stress too. I think it provides a lot.
Oh
It's why
yeah.
I run this in particular style. To be honest with you, I'm a fan. I have ran them scrogs. I hate the scrogs, but I think like in the staking instance like this,
I do
throwing
the
some
same.
in there for backup, a little backup support, and then a lot of times I'll even like almost monopole it, try to support it back to itself. But I like to, leave it as freestanding as I can. I think as the buds, the plant grows up and the buds are swelling and they get that flop, that's when they're flopping. I think that's when the terps are really popping. It's really stressing that plant to hold them fat nugs up. It's doing everything it can do to sustain
Yeah,
itself. You know what I mean?
I
And I,
agree.
I like to let them go and I just catch them right before that thing's ready to or fall in on itself. That's when I
Yeah,
like
yeah,
to
no.
step in and support
And
it
just
a
put a
little bit.
stake in there, yeah, here and there where they need one. Yeah, I sometimes in when you know a strain well, do the preventative measure of I'll put 4 stakes in like a square in the bucket, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if things get out of hand on her, I'll take the green tape and spiral up it like a kind of like a tomato cage. Do you know what I'm saying? Like just with the green
I
plant
do.
tape, so that they flop and you don't really do anything more. You just let them flop up against the side wherever they're flopping, and that's good enough. And yeah, that's a lot of taping sometimes, but only on certain ones where they're like, oh, she's floppy. I try to stay away from those ones and just grow a plant that'll actually hold itself upright. That's kind of like if I can, unless that one's just so much better than, than that one. I'm going to gravitate to floppy just because she's more cron. But I find a lot of these cushes that I like are really straight up, and they grow like one. They can then you have to kind of crop that or pinch it twice in order to get a decent structure on the thing, or you're just going to get like this. Like that's sort of the ones I like. But I don't like the necessarily for you're always like, come on, couldn't you put on some more weight? But it's just I like you. So they're not always the beefiest.
That seems to be the case in a lot of ones I've found, man. The heavier yielders are like the more like mids, you know, a lot
Oh
of the
yeah.
time.
Oh, okay, Eagle, can I just leave you for 1 second? I got to grab a rolling paper. I
Oh
didn't
yeah,
bring them
yeah,
over to
no
the
problem.
tape. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Oh, I'd hate to see you go without. What's up, guys? Modern Genetics for 2020 cast. Ready to hit that hot fire? Ace Boogie, 3223. How
I'll
you
take this
doing?
moment
Joe
to get some
Y.
water too. But
How you guys doing? Appreciate you guys hanging out on this Thursday evening. Justin Station, nice to see you. Nice to be able to hang out. Welcome.
okay, awesome.
There you go.
Yeah. So I can't remember what I was saying again, but is there you got any other thing you want to say or ask me?
Well,
I know we're just
well,
getting to know each other now.
this 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 is this is just what I do. You know what I mean? I can
Yeah, I
keep this
noticed that.
going. I can wear down the bus.
Yeah, yeah, that's great because I can too, right? So I'm like, oh, you know what? I'll probably enjoy myself over there as long as he's enjoying himself. So that's
Oh,
good.
for sure, for sure.
So
You know,
yeah,
we've talked. You kind of briefly talked about finding your niche along the way. You know, as
yeah,
funny as I've talked to my daughter, who might still be in chat, Lexi I. You know, I was talking to her the other day. You know, I've seen myself in so many places along my cannabis journey. You know, you doing different things, large grows. I never seen this coming. You know what I mean? As far as when I've been doing this a long time, but this wasn't always available. You know what I mean? And I
oh
never even
yeah.
thought about. There's so many years you never even thought about putting your face out there. You know what I mean? So
Oh, that's
this
a
was
small
never.
grower. No,
Yeah,
are you
yeah.
kidding me? Yeah, no. That's why I told someone today. It's like thank you, actually, Eagle, because you're giving a platform for people to take pride in their craft, in their art. That's what I call it because it is an art. And whether you're as small as myself, which I'm a personal production grower, it's called something like that. I don't even remember. It's an old license. I'm grandfathered on the old shit in Canada. For anyone who's fucking listening, you know what I'm saying. I got the under the what's called the Allard injunction, which was we went to fight against the last government or two ago wanted to shut us down, right, as medical growers, and we got together as a group and fought and got a law team, and it spent a few years in the legal battle, and we won the 40,000 of us all together, right? So we won the right to keep growing. They wanted to take away our right, to grow our own medicine. and they wanted us all to have to buy from what's called a legal producer, but we managed to fight the fight, and we have the designated grow system, which is like kind of like how you said you have your patients. Same idea here, but I think that there you can get a lot more than here. We're only allowed to have each one person can designate for 2 people, and 2 people can operate together in one place. Or you can be a personal grower for your own personal medicine. You see, and so you can choose for someone to grow for you, or you can choose to grow your own. And then we also have now we can all grow 4 plants. Anyone can grow 4. So it's a nice thing. But I think 4 is not enough. Like if you're chronic and never mind medical, if you're chronic and you're just getting into this, like growing, good luck growing your supply on 4. And for the first couple goes anyways, you know what I mean? Like in a tent and all that, it's a little easier. It seems a little easier on paper or on video than what the realities of stuff will end up to be. But that's like, it's also easy to be very successful, and you know it too at what you're doing when you love it, and you're like, oh yeah, I should doctor this up, and this is going to go very well. But we'll see. I think you guys have 12, is it not, in Michigan? Am I correct?
Yeah, for Brack, yeah.
Yeah. See, is that all even in flower or veg, or just a complete 12? Is that what it is?
Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a complete 12. It doesn't necessarily state how you dictate them. Yeah.
That's a lot more reasonable, even though I say it like a number is silly, like. But it seems a lot more reasonable. But is that per household or per person?
Per household, but
yeah, same as us.
People like myself, I'm in a kind of a situation like you. I take care of other people, so I've got myself plus 5, and then I'm allotted 12 per patient. So 72 all in all.
Oh yeah. See,
plus
okay,
I had the 12 rack
I just
in
wondered
another
that.
area.
Oh yeah,
The rack has to be in a different area.
Yeah. Okay.
It's unfair.
Then you're. Oh, it's absolutely stupid stuff, right? Like that's why I say until they get to the point where people can just do this like it's fucking dandelions and do what you want with it. Well, not maybe that. Maybe they'll never go that way. But like a food or whatever, and I can go down to the market like again and do it that way. I kind of will be waiting for that, and I think I'll be waiting for a while. But it's at least we've come this far, and I agree. Like that's great, and people can potentially like in Canada, you can. I'd like to. I can always, you could think about strategies with 4, how you could always harvest 1 a month, 2 months of veg, 2 months of flower, or, maybe you got a 3 month of flower, one that pumps it, and then only to give it a month of veg. And so you can stagger that. You're harvesting 1 plant a month. You're always taking 1 cutting. You can probably get maybe a half pounder or something out of a tent a month, or maybe you get really good and get to the pound point, but I don't know. It all depends on like the veg time, right? So in order to keep one in a constant fresh supply, I bet you people are going to see a lot of half or quarter to half pounders. Personally, is what I think, and I don't know how many people will effectively be able to run that 1 plant all the time. Like it's a lot of dream of a lot, but yeah. It still takes the same planning, and when something goes wrong, it goes wrong, and all those things, right? It takes longer than you anticipated. Yada yada.
Well, here's where I think the bug of the boo of the fucking where I'm at is it's where it's needed outside the medical side, where it's probably most beneficial. The numbers are so strict, it's ridiculous. It's friggin' ridiculous.
So that's where you guys
ridiculous.
are at. Okay, so we probably are different in that way. So a medical patient can only have 12, no matter what your problem is.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
That's one. That's one factor. That's one factor. Now, okay, now you can only have so much available to you, and that's only 2.5 ounces.
Oh,
And
that
I'd say
is that.
you
Oh man, yeah,
yeah. Okay, now that's what you're supposed to have. Like, say you're growing, and that's basically what they want to tell you you can have available all the time. So basically, you're harvesting and then trying to say you only have 2.5 all the time. That's insane.
it
Now,
is.
this is where the really bullshit, in my opinion, is. Now, and this is bullshit. So I've got, oh, okay, basically I've got myself, my five patients, and
Yeah,
basically this is one of the reasons why I do a perpetual too. Is I'm
yeah,
only supposed to have 15 usable on hand, and that's it for the patients. So I,
yep,
monthly I dish out everybody as much as I can give them, and then I keep as little as possible to stay under my number. Now,
yeah,
okay, now I walk over to the recreational garden in the different part of the house there. Whatever I can grow, let's say I can produce, and this is just
yeah,
astronomical. This is, let's say I can produce 60 friggin' pounds in that room. Okay, hypothetically,
yeah. I get
I
you.
can have it. I can have it legally.
That's it.
They
Yeah,
no
that's crazy.
bugaboos, no bullshit about it. As long as I can prove that I grew it in that room and it's kept in that room, storage is basically whatever you can produce. But a medical patient that's counting on that as their medicine, hands completely tied on what you can, keep and use at any one per time. And you can only buy. There's limits on what you can buy as a patient too. You're only limited basically an ounce per day, which that's a good allotment. Don't get me
Oh
wrong.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And or a combination of, in the combination of like edibles versus flour or hash or extracts, it's it's actually insane. Like edibles, the amount of edibles you can have is like minuscule to what you could actually use. And then like the amount of flour, like I said, is an ounce, but the amount of like some extracts is like unlimited basically. I mean, it in some instances I've seen the extracts as much as a quarter pound. And you know what I mean? Oh, you can only have an ounce of flour or a minute amount of edibles, but you can smoke extracts until you've knocked yourself out. You know what I
yeah.
mean? It's like it's it's so crazy on the whole system. It's unfair. It should be heavy to the medical and hands tied on the wreck. In my opinion, if they're going to tie somebody's hands, it should be on the wreck side. I would think, but no, it don't work like that here.
No, that's because they want to make sure that if you got the five patients, you're tightly regulated or whatever. I guess, right? They wouldn't want you to have 60 times five. You know what I mean? Like you're hypothetically, So yeah, I don't get it, but I'm with you. It's fucking bullshit, but it's what it is at this point. And I think that as we keep going forward, and people become more normalized to the whole idea that this is normal. This isn't like some bad thing. It's just fucking normal people growing weed, and we'll get people that are making laws that realize that more and more and help change it. And change is constant. Like that's the one thing. Just like growing the plant, she's always changing. Well, that's the story of life, right? It's always bringing you something new. It always will. That's the one fucking for sure. It's just like from seedling to fucking we're smoking it now. Like it changed every single day, and we watch them change. So they're an ultimate example of life unfolding. Really, for a teacher, for the lame man Buddhist kind of thing, that kind of idea, where you got the example of try to take it in stride and try to take it like when you make a mistake with these plants, they're really forgiving, especially when you grow it like it looks like you're growing in some kind of like brown medium. I don't know, cocoa or peat. It
Oh,
looks like
it's
to me.
cocoa, chunky
It's,
cocoa,
you're with the
chunky
cocoa.
cocoa.
So I grow in a peat vase, but I do add some cocoa to it though. I like to do mine like well, sometimes right up to like more cocoa than peat, but mostly never. Mostly always like mostly peat, and then perlite or whatever. Like I'd rather do peel mist and stuff, but again, you got to do what you got the means to do. So you work with what you can, and then I always like I say, super soil it almost like that same philosophy. And I work with what's around us here on the island. We got a uh, for outdoor. I use kelp right off the beach and crustacean shells. Every year I'll go collect a bucket of those at least and crush them all down and throw it down. So I know like there's in there for years now, like of crustaceans, right? But and so that's like key. I think you work in Michigan. I'd be like all about the leaf mold because you get the maples, right? And the maple compost is the best. That's like the best weed I've ever grown was grown under maple mold in maple compost. And just like that's what I have to say. Some of the tastiest stuff had maple in it. And I think now with all the talk about like the KNF and all the natural farming and regenerative, I've learned that it was the leaf mold that made that bud so good. And I just didn't know any better, right? We were just using what we had right on the site. But leaf mold is like magic. That's that mycelium thing. That whole magic that happens with that when you add those kind of things. But while I'm thinking about it, I wanted to mention too, for me, for growing, I have a book. Oh, there it is. It's just over there. I got it when I was a little kid. My mom, she knew that I was like into growing. For some reason, I used to be the Karate Kid kind of kid, right? Always, and she's like loved everything Japanese in the '80s, right? And she bought me a book on bonsai, and I always have had this book. And I can tell you now, after all these years of checking these books out, and I started growing bonsai trees in the last 15 years or whatever. I have a few nice ones, nothing too snazzy like some people's, because I haven't gone and collected from the wild. I've just grown from nursery stock and shaped it myself, sort of thing. But that the bonsai is one of the best ways you can learn about growing weed is study bonsai videos. And because that's like they have 1,000 years of documented history of cultivation in a pot. And what are we doing? You're doing bonsai right there. When you think about it, even the translation means like a potted tree. So there's your potted trees. I could see them. So you're a bonsaiist already. You're twisting, you're bending. And over the years, I've realized that weed or cannabis, whatever you want to call it, growing a nice big plant in a season outdoors, even it's giant compared to a bonsai a lot of the times, right? But it's like a crash course in bonsai all in 1 year, because you do all this transplanting and whatnot. And I almost lost you. I guess I got to find a plug-in pretty soon here. But you do all this transplanting and whatnot. You get this thing. You go through all the techniques, the bending, the pruning. It's all there. And it's just like what I say is that the more I look at it, the more I realized that's actually just such the ultimate teacher, because you stay with these trees for a long time too as you grow them, and you get to know them. They're a lot like growing the mother plants, and all that. There's a lot of similarities. The root pruning's there, and there's like it's all there, right? It's the knowledge of what it takes to keep something healthy in a small container it's old. So it's none of this stuff is new. Is my point too. Again, it's like to keep it simple. All that's so old. That's like say 1,000 years of growing things in pots. So yeah, if you had questions, that's what I think to look to.
That's funny that you kind of mentioned that, because this last year, as I kind of looked to dive deeper into my knowledge here in the garden, there, I cannabis books was like the last thing I kind of looked around at, I kind of looked around for botany books, gardening books, all kinds of other, techniques to see if I could necessarily bring them into the garden, somehow or
Yeah,
another.
that's
So,
when you're really
and I
getting
can,
into it, right?
I can see the bonsai relation there, uh, how it could be very useful in the garden there.
Yeah, right down to like when you're bending and pruning, you're trying to get on a bonsai, you're trying to create all the levels to not shade each other so that everything's getting nice light so you can keep the bottom of the tree because you want to keep that tree to look beautiful for a long time in those forms, right? So and again, you have to accept change. So bonsai is like a painting that's never over. So it's you gotta, so but the what I'm getting at is you make these foliage pods that are like, they gotta be in these right spots, and that's so we create that in our weed plants is by pruning up that to just be, oh yeah, that one's blocking this one, so we'll rip that out, and so some of the bonsai maple trees are just incredible. They look like to me like they're just the form of the lacy branches and that they're just beautiful, right? And then I get my weed plant to kind of look like that, and I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm doing bonsai, but big, like because they're always been, they're big, but they teach you all the same. So that was my point, and then bringing it on the indoor scale. Well, a lot of the small pot techniques come in then when you have to deal with the root confinement, right? Sometimes pruning the roots really helps, and it's odd, but it does. And like trying to keep mothers in smallish pots. Once in a while, it just kind of got to get in there, and if you're cleaning up the top, like so is above is below or whatever those old sayings go. Like I think some of that comes into play. Whereas if you take away too much top and then she's got this big root, you're going to run into problems because she's going to hold a lot of water for a bit and not going to have anywhere to go with it. So kind of balance things out either way, like whether it's too much top, too much bottom. And then you can, like in bonsai, they shake the soil out, right? Like that's how you can keep it in a beautiful, like small-ish little container. You take and replace the soil. So not saying you need to replace the soil on herb, but if you're keeping mothers in a small place and you're forced, you can find like these tents or whatever, or closets or whatever is keeping you that shape. It is beneficial to do some root pruning once in a while and give it, shake it all out, give it some new stuff, watch it rage after you do that. You go, whoa. That's what I've found out.
It's nice that you do talk about a little bit of root pruning because we've been talking about it. It's been talked about a little bit as of late. Seems like cutting the roots. I've seen the cutting of roots in non cannabis related content. When I'm watching them transplant, take a knife and like score the roots, maybe four
Yeah,
scores around the pots to kind of break
I know what you're
things up,
talking.
break up the spiral there a little bit. Another thing is as far as like going with the bonsai, the so above, so below mentality. I find when I transplant and I'm topping, I like to top at that same point for the same reason. So above, so below. If I'm gonna, widen it out and push it
Yeah,
out, I find when I'm doing that topping, I find that there's a lot of root development at that same point.
it
So
pushes
when
it
I
down.
transplant, and I wanna push them out when I transplant there. So I find that's the best time to do my topping is when I transplant that
I do
next
too.
stage.
I just thought about that the other day, and I thought this. I said I'm steering the growth is what I've said to different people because I'll do like super cropping too, right? And I'm like I'm steering the growth because I'm pushing it all down. I'm telling it, hey, start going back on yourself and get like in bonsai they call it back branching or backwood, or when it throws new, like when you encourage see in bonsai you'll take like a tree that's you'll want to come back onto the main stem every few years and take the branches right back to the first like nodes on them, so they have to regrow, and that way you encourage it to look like it's got a big trunk on a small tree. And again, that's like how we treat our mothers and all that, right? By doing those, cutting them back and letting them grow and cutting them back. And you can do it a few times. You different opinions on it, how long you could keep your mother, all that stuff, right? And that's where I think if you root prune it once in the middle there, and try, because you're trying not to pot it up, right? Like a lot of times you're like, oh shit, I kind of like you in this pot. I don't want to have to pot you up again. So I'm going to try this root pruning thing. I read it in bonsai, and it works. You'll get a few more months out of that thing or whatever, right? You can keep in the same parameters. I like to call it canopy management. When you're working that one area and you can't get a bigger area, but you have to get these plants through this amount of time in this area. So I'll like the when the leaves come together, like they start to popped off, and then the next set they're almost there. Now you're going to move out into the final room or whatever, right? So I'm managing its shape and its form, and because you get to know them, where they're going to expand to. So you have to keep it maintained in the one, and then you spread them out into their final, knowing that they're just going to get to there again when they're finished or whatever, right? And that's sort of, like I say, that all depends on your numbers, on what, and your time frames of, like, it's like an equation, right? I can put in this many, and at this stage, and they got to be in this grid pattern under this size of thing, and they need this much time or whatever, right? And I think that's like another form of the same, like you say, you pop it and it pushes them down. Well, if you transplant it and give it a couple days and flower it, so they're just root balled up right at the point of peak of flower, it seems to work really well for me too, because it's drinking at a nice rate and all that, easier to maintain. Like dry back, while we're talking about steering the plants, I just heard people talk about that. They use the same term. I've been using the steering term for a long time, because I've called them, like, I'm not a car guy, but I call them like, they're like a hot rod, right? You can drive these things, you're steering them, you're making them do this or that. So I've used that analogy where, like, and the systems are kind of like us playing with adult Lego, or like like cars, like car guys. This, again, you're trying to work it so that it's all running smooth and it's going to run efficient and all these things, right? So the plant's literally steering the growth in which direction you want it to go, whether you want it to veg, or whether you want it to flower. And I love, like, I've seen a couple of videos and read it years ago, though, about and know it from experience, is this whole dry back thing, where you can, if you want it to bud better, you dry it back better, right? You want it to veg more, you keep it wet more, and it encourages and that's really a natural thing too when you look at nature, because in the spring it's wet, it rained a ton, so all the snow just melted, so the ground is wet, and then it slowly goes to dry back, and that dry back slowly encourages the plant as well as the photo shift. But because it's not outdoors, where we learn, it's not like, all of a sudden I'm 12-12. It's not just that stress factor. That's a stress, right, to the plant of, oh fuck, get it together, you're 12-12. So that's like it's the other stress factors of dry back too, and all these things in nature that push them to flower. So I think that when we're mimicking it in a room or whatever, your dry back times change when you're in your amounts of water when you're flowering compared to when you're vegging. That's huge on getting the best consistent results. Is for a small timer looking at it, like, that when you want it, that same kind of smoke time in and time out. And I
can't help but wonder if what you're describing is what happened here in Michigan this year. We found that almost everybody that had outdoor this year here in Michigan, even though, again, like you're talking about, the photo cycle, time of year was correct. We had long days, but we found ourselves flowering early this year, super early, in my opinion. I mean,
But
a
was
lot of
it
people
dry?
finished out good. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
what I'm
good.
saying.
Yeah.
That I think that was the trigger that, because nobody could figure it out why everybody started flowering so early. But let's hear
Well, we
you
sure
talk
didn't.
about the stress factor. I could forget that makes perfect sense, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I just see that because, well, here that was the other way around, right? We had the California fire thing that affected us all the way up here. Yeah, our fucking sky was dark, and then because of this, I woke up the one morning and I was going, "What the hell?" I thought one of my kids fucking burnt the stove or something, right? Like something on it was like, are you using? What are you using? Are you lighting paper in the toaster? I really thought that. It's kind of like waking up in that moment. Like, what are you doing? And but then I smelled some more, and the whole world smells like a burnt piece of paper, right? So I'm like, oh man. Then this lingered for a couple weeks, and when that was there, like how bad it was for all those guys down south. Well, we didn't get ash fallout, but what it did was because we're in a wet kind of environment. We got fog at that time. Sometimes it's nicknamed Fogust instead of August, because it gets foggy at that time. We're right on the ocean, so the fog rolled in with that smoke, and it stuck to the smoke. It was like the fog would last all day instead of just for the morning or whatever. And that's right when buds normally start to set up in mid-August, sort of end of August. Well, we had this fog set up right then, so that it kind of like it wasn't an easy year for I'm sure lots of people complained about things, but then it burned off, and I told people, like, I don't think it was enough to throw us off completely. Like you can't blame it all on that fog, but it sure was a real thing.
Well, it makes sense. If the sun can't come through, it's not going to burn off and dry up the soil like you're talking about. Everything's
No.
going to stay damp.
And then so what I've heard, so I get a lot of this info that from if you look on, it's the Rockwool guys will teach me and I'm a soil guy, I'm an organic soil guy, but I'll still learn from them because I'm thinking they're so into these all this information and scanning the plants. Like they'll have all those sensors rigged up to a computer, right? And they'll think they literally are weighing those slabs as they go through the night, and they graph it, right? And they're seeing where their optimum growths are on which cycles. And it's all about the steering through drybacks and creating like you can take what I mean is, so if you want to you're steering vegetative growth with 18 hours or 20 of light or whatever. Well, you can also make it stocky by keeping it, like doing a little dry back in it, or opposite. You can keep instead of your flowers, this is more the true one. When your flowers are developing, instead of having them like start to finish and make the resins and do that, you can keep them wet longer, more wet periods, and you'll keep it developing like in a budding, but like a veg budding state where it's still like bouncing more and more whites. You know what I mean? Like getting longer spears, and you can extend your time in the room like from like say a 10 to 12 weeks just by your irrigation cycle is kind of what I'm thinking, especially in like something as like Rockwool is so like accurate or whatever, or like, but like even in the peats and in the cocos, the same theories apply. Definitely, and that's and even outdoor, definitely, but it's harder. And that's where I always think the raised bed is good, like, or not even a raised, like I don't like the side the bed like thing. I kind of like them like a more natural, a rock bed or whatever, where they have, or even just a raised mound. I call them volcanoes, and just mound it up, and I find that's the way to go. But then it has good drainage and all that shit. But it's still those same concepts of wet and dry back. Push the plant in the way you want it to go. It's just one more way. It's like without fertilizer or whatever, just by manipulating the water.
I know right now
I think
there's
especially,
fucking a lot of people that I know watch and hang around the community, and actually the community as a whole. We've talked with organics lately. There's so much. It seems like so much a new subject every week, and like the last couple of weeks, it seems like the soil moisture, the importance of soil moisture, keeping it dry or wet, it's been a hot topic, and it's been a confusing topic, I think, to a lot myself and a lot of people, which is the better way to keep it. But I'm loving your take on, the
Now,
wet and dry, which stage you want to kind of coach it to. I mean,
yeah, and now
that's
keep it really simple on that idea though too, and so wet and dry. That also, without even adding anything, that raises and lowers your salt, right? If you dry it out and the concentration is the salt, whether it's organically made salt through manure or whatever, or it's synthetics, it it rises up when it dries out. So you can spike it by just drying it, and then you've wet it, and you've got a higher feed. So if you can also fuck things up, but once you get used to it, but fuck it up by I shocked it a bit there. But if you're in a happy medium and you're in the soil, right in the ground, it will never really shock it from that. You're just most people overwater. Like I think personally, that's what I would say is 8 out of 10 people, even the people that are really good at growing, a lot of them overwater because they just think that and this goes back to I kind of like my philosophies on the on synthetic fertilizer sales and whatnot in general is that it's pushed on fear of not getting enough, and it started on fear like of the war, and then were afraid that they were going to have a job after they were done making bombs for a bit between War II and Korea or something like that or whatever, you know what I mean? And then someone went, wow, look at that shit grow behind the office, Bob. Do you see that where we fucking poured off that crap? And then that like, oh, so now we're going to create the farmers afraid that they're not going to keep up with their neighbors' yield. So you all got to put this crap on your stuff. So it's all fear driven. And now in the pot industry, it's still fear driven. Like even more so, right? That you're not going to get the yield that you deserve as a small grower because you didn't give it fucking. Let's not use any names, but blue juice, orange, and purple, or whatever the three colors are that you're choosing to use. But yeah, I get it. That's what my take is. It's all fear based. So you're gonna, but I understand you gotta keep them healthy. So people are pushing.
I love your take on that as well. And I kind of, it's funny you bring that up because I was beating that drum just about a week or so ago. When we were talking about organics, I don't think a lot of people do realize that that's where the whole, artificial nutrients really kind of spike push did come from, was war times. I
Oh
don't,
yeah,
as far as
trace it back.
the fear part about it, I've never really kind of contributed that aspect to it. But you're right that I'm sure that was kind of implemented to get
Hey,
sales going. But moreover, it was a surplus of bomb supplies they had to figure out what the fuck to do with. And they were just like you said, we can grow shit with this. We can
no,
sell it to these guys.
you're right. You're right. Well, that's what I think too. Like when it makes sense, doesn't it? Now, so um, there's a really good site on some and information on like they did some testing, and I don't know if you can completely believe it because I'm kind of on the point where I'm like I'd rather not like personally try to use synthetics at all if I can avoid it. And I say if I can avoid it because I know that I'm not going to say never to anything because you never know. You know what I mean? That's a big thing to say never. No, like that's huge. Like not too many people can keep that. So we try our hardest to do these things in the way that we feel are good to our hearts. And that's going to bring you to the best thing. And you're going to start to realize that I just want to do it this way. And you're not going to even go back once you start making all this shifts. So there's a really good site though called Mandela Seeds. I don't know if you know them. I have nothing to do with them, but I got a long time ago, years ago, got good information from them because what they were saying is like, look at the food, and basically the fertilizer companies telling you to give it on average. It was like, when I was looking at the stuff, it's at least like 5 to 7 times too much feed to get really good herb at the end of the grow. So you
Maximum
could,
minimum, isn't it? Is that what they
yeah,
call that?
yeah. Well, it's all, and they went through all the big companies, and they show you like, actually these feeds are pretty good, but you have to give them at like at 5%, or no, it was like really at most 15 and 20% of what the bottle was saying. And so that made a lot of sense to me right away. I was like, well, does it really need all that much fucking salt at all anyway? So at the same time, I was hearing about, like I'd already been off the salt bottle, but I'd still get scared into using it once in a while, because I was like, oh, maybe if I give it a supplemental feeding. And now I call that my Frankenstein technique. And I've been there out of fear again, where I'm like, oh, I got to make sure that this one, I don't have the means to do it a different way. I'll do it this way, like, or give it a couple shots. Like, had, so anyways, just Frank, shit, I'm losing it again. My train of thought. What were we just saying? We're talking about.
We were talking about artificial nutrients, and you were
Yeah.
talking about supplementing here and there in your Frankenstein basically method
Oh yeah, yeah. So
working here and
yeah,
there.
so I got away from that too. Eventually realizing, if this reputable site here is like which I thought it was like, I'd write a lot of plant shit, right? And I'm reading this stuff and it's all making good sense. I'm like, yeah, this is good. And they're saying it's all basically 15 to 20% is all you ever need. I started wondering, well, what if super soil kind of ideas, like what I'd never called super soil before, what if are just our amendments? Because there's lots of local recipes. What if that was just enough? And I just started letting go of it. And then I still use Epsom salt a bit. And then I heard of this KNF thing a few years back, and the sea salt thing. And I live across from the ocean, just right near it. So I started fucking going down and putting 30 to 1 salt water and spraying them with that, and throwing and feeding with that, because that's apparently got every micronutrient in there, all whatever 84 or whatever it's in seawater, right? At a trace mineral level. So that, I thought, and my neighbors would look at me like I'm crazy. I'm walking down the road with a bucket of water. And like, so I started, what, you're giving that to your plants? Like, yeah, my garden, my plants, whatever, right? Like all the extra, all the fruit trees, whatever. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, well, you'd give it Miracle Grow, don't you? Like, I know you do. Let's just use Bob. I know you do, Bob. I saw you giving it the blue juice, but you'd not think, and you think nothing of that, right? But so why would you be scared of the ocean water? So I'm a real proponent for that part of KNF, not all of it, but the easy stuff I'm all about. So and yes, this brings me to one of the best things I've heard lately on this weed talk stuff is, I don't know if you listened to the woman Tara Lee. She's got a YouTube thing too. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, maybe yes and no. I don't. Anyway, she had yesterday a guy called Ray Yoon, who was the translator of the Jadam book. And so I didn't normally listen to too much either, but I stopped in and thought, and I told her, this is excellent. Like, it was a really good show that she put on, because that guy knew his shit, and he was basically all about grow from your heart and do what's simple and what's easy, and make Mother Nature kind of know her wake. And that's the like a natural farming technique. And I thought, well, that's kind of what I tell all my friends, is try to keep it as close to nature as you can. It's just easier that way, because you have less to fuck up, and less to, you can't take it back. You can put it on there. It's hard to take it back once you start feeding it too much or whatever. And that's like everything.
Well, in cocoa, I can flush it out.
Oh yeah, I know. You can flush it out, but it's going somewhere though, isn't it?
Right. So waste
Yeah.
at that point, just kind of
Oh
wasted.
yeah, I know. Then, like, if that's me, then I'm like, oh, give it to the bonsais or something like that, right? Or my trees. But like, I'm trying to have it, like, I like that probiotic kind of ideas too, where like the beneficial runoff. I kind of really love that idea. where especially with living close to the ocean on an island on the ocean, everything ends up in there, man. And it's getting worse and worse. Like the fucking plastic on the beach and shit. That's just, oh my god, it's getting worse. So when knowing that and thinking that and wanting to do it for the long haul, and it's the same around Michigan too, because you're on the peninsula. The lakes are everywhere, right? You know what I mean? That runoff is ending up in those lakes, which ends up in the ocean. So we're all connected, is what that goes to say, basically. And so each small change, and I'm not telling anyone, oh, you got to be like, I don't even go with organic. I like the term natural, because it's like, yeah, there's some stuff that you might use in a natural way, like it's just easier but on yourself and on your surroundings, and it's possible indoors too. I don't know what you grow with, and I'm not opposed to anyone growing with anyway. I think we're all trying to do our same thing, is grow this plant and get happy with it and get yourself some weed and get stoned and whatever, right? And I'm all for it.
Well, you'd probably be happy to hear that the organics has cracked the door over here. Thanks to Smiley's Gardens and a few
Oh
other
yeah,
people. I've tried soil at one point, and it was like in my earliest
I
grow
heard you say that
career
on
when I
stuff I
would.
was listening.
Yeah, and it was just too heavy. But then I had to switch for one reason, and I've gotten to where I was used to cocoa. I actually tried to go back to the super soil ish, when I got here and back on the ground level. But then I took on a couple more patients and kind of got ahead of the cook, if you will,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and
Then you need to know how you're
got
doing
my
and whatever. Yeah,
yeah. Once I get caught up in the mid cook like that and everything's locked up, I'm like, oh no. So I got in panic mode. And I went right back to what I knew, and I was like, at that point I was behind too. I didn't have time to cook. I had to keep things going, so I went right back to cocoa. And I've
hey,
never been able to think that I could keep up with the rotation, but man, Smiley brought over these earth boxes. I heard you talking about the wicking method.
I
Brought
love
over a
the Earth
couple of
Box
earth
idea.
boxes, and they're kicking. To be honest with you, they're over. I
Yeah,
hard
yeah. Thank
mounted
you.
the camera,
Yeah, thank you.
but
Oh, I see them. Yeah,
there's
yeah. I see it. I see the corner of it.
uh,
They're doing
there's
nice.
there's a couple of them in there. I can't. Oh, that one's blocked
Oh
off.
yeah, look at
But they're
that.
doing a lot better than the Cocoa Girls. But it's a method. I didn't think it would be able to keep up with the cocoa as far as the rotation and everything. And it's
I
basically a
think you will
take
be
on a Coots
surprised.
mix. Oh, I
Yeah, I think you're
was.
going to be
It kept
surprised.
up and it kept right up. So the organics thing around here may continue. That Coots mix, that
Keep one
earthworm
tenth in it.
castings, and some amendments. Where it doesn't
Oh,
have
that's
to
my
have
thing.
that cook time would be
Yeah.
perfect for me. Yeah.
M-
So far I'm digging it.
Mine lately has been very much almost what you just said, except for like because I work with what I've got. You know what's available in the area. Even if it's from the store, what's available at my stores without having to go too far. So it's a predominantly peat, and I throw a bunch little cocoa just to give it a little bit of that cocoa fluff. And so say it's 70-30. So peat and it's perlite in the peat blend that I use, and then I'll put a bit of cocoa. Then I'll have 10% ish, maybe no more than 15 ever of earthworm casting, and then I just go with um, rock phosphate, like a soft rock phosphate, rock dust, and kelp and alfalfa lately, and that's been it. And then the gypsum and oyster shell powder again, because we're near the beach here. There's a company that does local kind of thing, or kind of close to local, so that oyster shell powder and is like a. And the reason I went to cocoa, tried cocoa grows before, and I got scared back to my thing, the opposite way that you said. because the CalMag thing threw me off. I'm like, why are these things all acting like that? I don't want to have to be hooked up. Well, what's this CalMag stuff all about? Like, so with the way I do it with gypsum and the earthworm casting and the what's it called, the oyster shell, that takes care of CalMag. And then if anything, I'll give it a boost once or twice throughout the whole life with a little bit of Epsom salt, just because I think a lot of things appreciate a little extra magnesium, a little bit of sulfur in there, whatever. It does and then I heard that. See, a lot of times, this is what I'll tell people too. I just grown for a long time. So I grew from my heart. I always went with what felt right. Like, okay, have this, make this hole, do this right. And then I'd later find out that, oh, this book's saying that that's perfect. Oh, cool. That's why it's perfect. And then, so science would later come to me and tell me, yeah, you were doing the right thing. So there we go. So then it was like they were teaming up, right? Listening to myself, and experience is the greatest teacher of all, right? It just goes to, if you can learn how to learn your lessons well, right? Like you gotta remember your lessons. You know what? It's like, don't make the same mistake twice, kind of thing. Well, I'm not good at that. So, hey, if I just go and disappear, it means my battery died. Shit, I want to get plugged in, and I'm wondering if I can use the Bluetooth on a speaker to talk instead of this thing in my ear. You think so?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sure
Well, then hang tight for a second. I'm just going to do some swapping out. I got to get
no
it.
worries, no worries.
Yeah, right on. Because I got wild fuck for a while.
What's up, guys? K-Bag, your boy, Roy Boy, Stony Creek, Smiley's Gardens, Resurrection Prophet. How you guys doing? Mountain Skies. I do still have some cameras hooked up in the tents, but they're not all active at the moment.
Watch another movie for a bit.
What a great episode tonight, huh, guys? Good one for sure. What's up, Tom? How are you doing tonight? K-Bag. Dozer. Did you change it? No more Dozer Moon. It's just Dozer now. What's up, Stu Moo? Good night. Have a good day, brother. Kiwi alfalfa.
Oh, shit.
I actually just use a fucking RV filter for my water, magma seeds. Works pretty good. High flow. I don't have to wait for it. Gets most of the shit out. Nice. Thanks to your boy. Your boy, Roy Boy. Well, it's been a good one from the beginning. So go back and catch that beginning. What's up, 420? 420, 420. Yeah, man. But it's Japanese. Not good. I splashed infused oil. Oh, man. Hopefully it wasn't like, oh, that sucks.
Oops.
Oh, that sucks. I'm ready to make some oils. Need to make some butter, some edibles, or something. I got a boatload of hash I'll be making next week. I'll be making
How's that?
I can
This
hear
might
you.
work out.
Yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
I can hear you. That's great. I got it plugged in. I got the charger on. Perfect. Didn't take that much effort, but it was a fun little laugh there because, of course, my extension cords are across the house, and there's kids and that. There's one right here, but it's through this hole in the wall with every little bit of problem that could give me. You know what I mean? So what were we? Where were we? It was fun. I was on a roll. Whatever. I think we were talking about we went through the Frankenstein and then my evolution of myself, of getting away from Frankenstein, but then not being opposed to it. And you understand why I call it Frankenstein.
Yeah. I think you left off when you were talking about the garden and adding oyster shells and stuff like that to your soils.
That's instead of CalMag, right? That's what they naturally will pick up on. And I think that basically I know a worm guy, and he told me it's the slime on the outside of the worm that gives it all the calcium it'll ever need. And so if you got a living soil with tons of worms in it, that slime is going to feed it all this. And if you look at that slime up close and the trails of slime through the earth in my bed, in my spot, my volcano as I call it, they're full of worms, right? And the worms leave this kind of almost like a slug slime type of residue, and that's what they say has got a high calcium rate. And I don't know, I got no science behind it, but I'll tell you, I can see it. I can see something happen where it's more than just the casting too. It's the act of that little worm cruising, doing its thing and opening up tunnels and all that. It's a lot of, there's a lot going on. A lot more than I will ever claim to understand. But you don't need to understand it. That's the thing. You put everything in order. That's why I think you can get too hung up on all these different, even if it's the good, like the fermentations and stuff are great, right? But you can also steer in the wrong by getting too worked up on everything and overthinking can steer you wrong is what I think. That's why I'll always say that. Keep it very, very simple, because you're going to pile up problems as much as you wouldn't like to, but I've done it. Overfed this, lucked out that. Now we got pH, and is it deficient or is it toxic? I don't know. It could be both. Those kind of situations. So that was, I didn't know any better.
The K and F, when it comes to that stuff, that sounds
great.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, I did. You weren't interrupting at all. But K&F sounds. I was listening.
For me, the K&F sounds like a great way to go, but like you said, it can be confusing there to so many inputs and whatnot. And from what I've read and what I gathered on the K&F, it has to be pretty symbiotic. You know what I mean? It has to be sugars and alcohols. They have to kind of balance back and forth. It isn't just
And now, so I don't know if you see that in nature now. I as much as I know it's a great method. I know there's some real great intention and stuff there too, but I don't know if there's all that sugar is that good either. Like using up that sugar. Well, how did you get the sugar for one thing? So now you're using all that. And so instead, I say, well, what I took out of K&F was I tried the fermented plant juice, and it worked good. Like I got a nice fermented plant juice on a couple things. And my favorite, I only did a couple things. It was the one with the what are they called? There's yarrow that grows in my yard, and there's comfrey, and there's stinging nettle, all in a little way to it. So I did one of those with some sugar, and it made a nice sauce. And I thought, okay, that was neat. And then I did one out of the weed leaves themselves, and I thought that was really neat. So I'm like, okay, I'm taking the leaves and I'm giving it back. But instead, why not just leave the leaves on the top of the soil at the end of the year, and just let it rot down by the worms eating it? like nature would. Because there's no bag of sugar getting broken down. See, this is just my ideas. Like I say, I like that one, but I thought, yeah, that's a lot of sugar every time and stuff. Like to go out and but the two I really liked was the calcium with the eggshell. So I started playing with that, frying up my eggshells. I don't know if you've watched those videos and all that. There's a few guys out there showing. So I did that. Right, I made some eggshell stuff. Then I started bending it on my own. I thought, well, we live near the beach. What about oyster shells, all the sea crustaceans? And there was, I looked and couldn't see anything on it. I just did it again, soaked it in the vinegar. It did all the bubbling, all the stuff. So I figured it worked too. So I did that one. And then I found, one day walking my dog, I found a bunch of bones from, where hunters cleaned out a deer. And they left all the scrap. So I thought, fuck, I'll take some of those. I'll make some KNF. You know how they make it, the other one is the phosphorus. Well, I'm pretty sure that really is a good working thing too. And that, along with the ocean water, because I live so close now, the bone thing, that was just because it was there, right? And I found it. Thought, might as well try that KNF thing that I heard about the bone. So it presented itself to me. So that's how I grow it. Like, I don't try to sweat on like, oh, it's got to be this one specific recipe every time. Well, no, I recognize that sometimes I can I can sway from it as long as there's like a reason to, change it up a little bit, or if it's within parameter that works, and you kind of get a feel for it, like the texture of the dirt or whatever. But the KNF things, a few of them, I'd have to say I really think are great. Like the ocean water. If I lived on the Great Lakes still, I think I'd now use I'd get myself some ocean sea salt, like for cooking, and I'd throw that in once in a while, and I'd skin the plants with just and you'd be surprised what you might see the next morning and be like, hey, I guess they like that addition yesterday. Like those types of easy additions. Because again, we're not afraid to put the synthetic stuff. The guy at the hydro shop tells us, oh yeah, this is a good one. We push that bottle on you, and then you read the bottle, and you're listening to the hydro guy now, and you're listening to the label, but it's salt. It's saltier than the 30-1 you're going to spray on it. So I wouldn't be worried about that sea salt at all. I'd try that one.
Nice. It makes perfect sense to me. The sea salt water. You know, why wouldn't you try it if it's so it's such a natural
Why not?
method like that? You know, I think it's just we've been taught in schools
But
for so long that you ain't gonna grow nothing in sea salt water. Well,
but
they never added the caveat of reducing it.
and then it just go to any estuary, right? Anywhere the rivers meet the sea here, like there's where the tide goes up into the river. And even on the beach, there's plants that live like in under salt for half of the day, and then the tide goes out and they're still rocking. What are they? They're salty as all hell. They like the salt, right? But like not saying that that's going to be the king, but 30-1. How could that be? How could that at all be wrong? Like that's so I went into that one wholeheartedly thinking, well, I've given my plants Miracle Grow before, 25 years ago when I didn't know any better, when it's what I had and what I thought I needed to do. This goes right back around now. Okay. Because what I didn't realize is when I first started to grow, I'd stick them out in the woods in the leaf mold, like I was just talking about, not unknowing that was a great thing to do. But I've always thought that you were supposed to show up and give it some fertilizer every 2 weeks, and that's all that we do. We just show up and give it some Miracle Grow every 2 weeks, right? Because that was easy to pack in. And we didn't pack it fuck all else in because it was we just brought the minimals, and then that soil, I didn't know it. It was excellent, right? It's
So, but I was poisoning it with that Miracle Grow, but it didn't matter. I didn't know. But later on, thought about it and was like, well, it was actually just the location of the soil. But that's what I thought you were supposed to do, because you'd read this old book and it said that, you know, you want to make sure you topped up the fucking minerals on it. So I did that a few times, and then it evolved, like I said, like that Frankenstein evolution. But it goes right around to what was working in the beginning was the natural part of the Frankenstein, not the salt part, and recognizing that now, and just helping that, encouraging my indoor and outdoor whatever. I think there's little changes, whether you're in the Midwest or you're on the coast out here, that you can make that will like just make your impact lesser or whatever. All of us, right? And I don't know. I don't want to preach that side of things too much, because I'm also like all about, you do what you want to do, but also know that it affects other people. Like, I still stand on that shit. Let's all try to make right choices as a group here, so we don't make things worse. You know, that's a law. But yeah, I don't know what else. I had a list here. I think we're going through lots of it, but I keep going. The more talk about Eagle, I mean it. You know, I'll have another bowl.
You haven't necessarily let us in on like some of your training methodology. Kind of sounds like you just let them up and stake them up, but do you prefer to tap them? Do you like to a low stress trainer? Or, I mean, let us in on your garden skills a little bit.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, I thought about that. Okay, so what I like to do is because I'm a dirt, or I call it dirt soil. I want to call it a better word, but it's not. It's not really. It's still organic. It's still hydroponic, whatever way you want to look at it, because it's peat moss and perlite and cocoa are inert medias that are like they're the kind of like the bottom, like the what did they used to call it? They're active and like the wicking system of hydro, right? They just keep a wet. They're just the thing to keep us wet. Now the nutrients come from the super soil, or for lack of a better term, part the earthworm cap thing. If you have real worms, all these things that can live in it. So because I'm growing in that kind of a final medium, I like to start my clones usually just in peat pellets, the little expandable guys. And that's because it's easy and it's available everywhere, and they're either going into a peat base or right into a beer cup of the blend that they're going to eventually go in. But because of space limitations, I find that you can keep a one tray or whatever of clones smaller in the pellets for a few more days. So you keep that, and then again. Then from that plug, that say that takes 12 days to 14 days to make some roots out the side of that. So then I put that to, I think you guys call them solo cups. I call them beer cups all the time. But the red cup or the white little beer cup, like the party cup size thing. So you put them in your beer cups, and then and they stay in there for another 12 days. So then you're like at 3 weeks, right? The thing is, a rooted, nice little clone at 3 weeks. It's fucking solid. And take that, and now it depends on your what I was talking about the graft before, on your timing, how fast you want these things to flower. So now you're talking about plants that are 6-8 inches tall, just under the T5 after 3 weeks. So I haven't done anything to them then. And now this is the point in life, though, that I decide I'm going to top you and transplant you right at the same time to make you go boom down into what we talked about. But I remember you saying the steering skateboard just fell out of nowhere. So I steer the growth by top. If I'm going to top them, say 8-9 inches high now with the transplant point after 3.5 weeks ish kind of point, where they're going to go into either a 1 gallon or straight into a 3, kind of like the 1 gallon thing, because just I'll get to why. So I top it, I transplant it. If you go into more stages of size of the pot and you do it right, the root ball will spin out to the side or whatever and bind up that pot right before it's bound, put it into the next, so that you get this bigger root ball instead of dropping the little phone and rushing out to the side. You see what I mean? Like if you put a beer cup into a 3 or a 5, fuck, there's no roots until they're right at the edge of the pot. They just rush out there and they spin around. And so I found that I like to just stage them up slowly to build the root ball as much as, because that's going to be what's going to take on the feed in the last pot that you're putting full your flowering kind of style, size and nutrients. If you back in the day it was backguano or whatever. Now it's like shit, rock phosphate. And hopefully that does it, sort of thing. But then that's where the earthworms are getting teased, but because they're giving it something different, right? But so you go through that, and at that point, I've got it. So I've topped it, I put it in there, and if I'm going to do a quick grid where it's going to be like, well, I will talk about a 4 foot by 4 foot area to make 4 by 8 plywood, right? So you use 4 by 4 for each light, just say. So for each 4 by 4 area, if you're going to do like 16 of them, a 4 by 4 grid, I'd say if you let them veg for just maybe another week. But if you were going to do 25 in a smaller pot, then don't even veg them at all. Just bang them out, right? Just like push them tight together. But it all depends on the strain. If it's going to get too tall, or if it's going to stay like, or too short, even like not enough. So you want to do a little veg, right? But so that all depends. And once you know your strain, then it's that easy. You just go through that little bit. And if they need the second topping, it's right after that. That's what we said before. It's right before, like, at least I don't like to top right before flowering. I think that does fuck them a little bit. I think about maybe 3 or 4 days at least after, to let them just get it adjusted again. It's probably wise. I don't like to just do it right away, but that's me. And that's kind of it. And then make teas. If you're going to get into those foods that you're going to buy the bottles, I like to buy the ones that are probably just really heavy in molasses. So like I'm wondering sometimes, what the fuck is this just expensive molasses? So I use molasses, and I love from the Jadam school of thought, and touched on it yesterday. I said I watched that show. I was very impressed by this. He was the potato. It's called JMS, Jadam Microbe Solution. They always have the through better or whatever. But it's a good one. This salt, and you get some. You got kind of this leaf mold everywhere in Michigan. You get the leaf, and it bubbles itself up, and it makes a microbe thing. So I'm going to really wholehearted go right now, because it's kind of a fungal bit to tease. I think it should push them in a good way. Whether they're budding or vegging, so that you'll feed the microbes. I think that's something to look into. Anyone, like it's a potato, and people are getting results. So I would think that it would be a real wise way to go. Also, just go easy on things. I think if you
Did I lose him or did he lose me? You guys there? I see my chat still moving. Did I lose Mark? What's up? Hi everybody, how you guys doing? I think I might have to unlock the meeting here so he can get back in. There we go. I don't know what happened there, guys. Right, Smiley? Hopefully he comes back. I don't know if it was his phone or what. Man, he had it all plugged in. Be a good time to throw in some eye drops right quick, though, man. I'm so digging at them. Okay, so it ain't me, it was him. Ah, good time for the my drops, man. Guys are dry as shit. I knew the time was coming. Yeah, I don't know what was up, man. He had a good signal there for a minute. Hopefully it'll pop back on. At least say goodbye. It happens. It happens. He's probably like, oh no. Oh no. That's right. Anything else would be uncivilized. You know, it's funny because I thought it was going to be me. It's funny that the hacks started again yesterday, and they started acting a little crazy before the show, and I had to actually tell Mark. I was like, "Oh, I haven't had to go through this spiel in a while, but if I happen to disappear, this is your show for a minute anyway." There you go. I love the 173. That's funny. Well, y'all, it's been real. Thank you, Strong Style Organics, for popping in. Give it another few minutes, kind of see if Mark pops back in. And if not, then if he doesn't, then we'll just go ahead and kill this episode and come back and fire up the rabbit hole. Finish out the evening and you know, do the shout outs. Something tells me he's gonna pop back on though. Should probably check my messages just in case, but it was nice indeed to have you pop in there, Strong Style Organics, and say hello. For sure. For sure. Shit, I'm going to do a dab while I'm waiting. You guys got something to dab on? It's 313 where G13 at. That's a good one. Good one, Ace Boogie. It's a good one. 313 is a Detroit number. Used to actually be almost a whole statewide area code. Cheers, everybody. Hopefully, you got a little something to dab on. still, still dabbing on some of Tommy Trichome's 2 scoops. Pretty good stuff. Cheers, Tommy. Thanks again. I'm so behind. That's awesome, though. What's up? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Man, them dabs always make my nose itch for some reason. Anybody got a reason for that? Well, I think Mr. Mark probably called it. He didn't put in a good 3.5 hours before the phone went out. He's probably scrambling, trying to get it going. I'd hate to check out and then there he is. What's up, Tommy? I was just talking about you, brother. Just fucking talking about you. Hope your ears were ringing. Oh, man. Hopefully, we'll give him, let's see here. It's 16 now. Give him 2 more minutes, see if he pops back on. If not, we'll shut her down and fire up the rabbit hole. Oh, that's right, Dozer. It's the wormhole now. Damn, I can't believe I fucked that up. You guys are right. It'd be the wormhole. The wormhole. Eagle Gardens 1 on IG. Or fucking talking shit with Eagle. Both of them apply. Thank you for asking, Smiley. Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. Fucking talking shit with the Eagle on Instagram. Or you can also reach me at eaglegardens1@gmail.com. Any of the above can get you here. 1 more minute, Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark LeafyHill. You have 1 minute, my friend. 1 minute and counting to check back in, my friend. Oh, shit. The wormhole. That's right. Well, if Mr. Mark LeafyHill doesn't check back, it was a great episode nonetheless. I have to get with him off the show and tell him that he has rights to come back into the wormholes whenever he sees fit, and try to get that soundbite from him. That'd be nice. Looks like I got a big brown spot right there. What the shit? Shadows. 318. Wow, wow, wow. Well, Mr. Mark, if you're listening to this, them Zoom numbers are the same. Please join us in a wormhole. Tonight's wormhole, if you'd like, or any other night. But I guess that does kind of do it for this episode. We could hang out till the 20 and dab out. That does it for this episode, you guys. Please do something nice for somebody. You guys know that. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Hopefully, you'll follow through into the wormhole side of things and come down where everybody else can jump in. But if not, I understand. Shoot, 3+ hours, almost 4 of somebody's time. Oof, that's a lot to ask for anybody every night, much less ask for more. So I'm grateful for what I get. That's for sure. Very, very grateful for what I get. So hopefully you guys will tune into the wormhole. But if not, then check me out tonight, where the guest will be Matthew Gates will be here tonight. From you see him on Growing with My Fellow Home Growers, amongst other things. He was been on Future Cannabis Project this week, amongst many other shows, and he'll be here tonight hanging out with us. So if you have some IPM questions, you have some buggy questions, come hang out with me and Matthew tonight, 11:30. Be another good show. And then Saturday, I have Brett Bogg will be here, the King of Kush. If you guys don't know who he is, you should. Oh, Mark's back. Mark's back. Oh,
Hey, what do you know?
there he is.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what happened, but my printer upstairs ripped off the internet. You know how it just hijacked the signal. It's like, oh damn! I don't know. It's one of those things that happens around here once in a while. And I knew right away, what's this? Oh yeah, look at that, it did. That should
It
be solved now.
happens. It happens.
It's turned off. So sorry about that. But yeah, anyway, it's been a fun time, Eagle, because it went flying by. I'm like, wow, it's friggin' 3 a.m. is your time, midnight our time. But I'm okay for a little bit more. I was getting to a good point there, and then it all went wrong. But there was something about that we were getting us to worms. Yeah, just about keeping things simple. It's my main message I could give anyone that would be on any of this. Just try to take things one step at a time with perfection. That's a better place for you. They just go just answer their own questions. But plant is the best teacher we got. It shows when it's happy, it's grand, when it's drooping down and taking that kind of posture like this. It's not liking life too much. It doesn't want to open up, and then you're doing the right thing. Sometimes, although like this year, here we go. I can get on it. This year, I know a friend who used big plants. They were salt grown, right? They were beautiful, like looking. He'd show me, text me a picture or whatever. Whoa, look at that thing! That's fucking huge. But the whole time I thought they look a little bit too blue, like the green. It looks too much blue on there, right? And I guess I got flipped around or something. I said from before. I was like, why is this different? But now I get it. It doesn't matter. Or does that matter? I don't know.
No, it doesn't
but
matter.
Yeah, these real blue plants, they all mold it come the end of the season. And the plants that were more a medium green, kind of healthier looking, average normal green, they didn't they had very little problem with it. And they were the worm fed plants, the soil fed plants, right? Because they don't mold as much. I'll give that every time I've seen that less problem. Just time and time again on anything that's just gone like less is more. That whole theory seems to be pretty much where the more I do, the less I want to do too. Like that's why I like that. When I heard Breeder Steve say that thing about chicken shit in a line, I was like, dude, that's it. Like the best weed is the stuff that you did the least for. To tell you the truth, if you pulled off chronic weed and you hardly did anything, off with you.
Do you think that that's got something to do with a lot of times when you newer growers grow one, that first crop they do very well, then like the second and third are like some little bit of fumbles, then they kind of get back on track around, number 4. Do you think that's the reason right there? Is the first time they're scared to do anything. Second and
Yeah,
third they get a little cocky and start, messing with the system, and then 4 they're like, I got to go back to 1.
I think so. I think I call it, and there's a few people I've heard call it the same thing, beginner's luck. The first time, yeah, but it's because you kept into this, like, you probably because, and this comes up, I talked about this today too, someone else, the people, when they're first getting into this thing, they get one set of advice or whatever, and then someone else throws at them, yeah, but look what I did with this feed. Oh, you really should try it. So they want to rush out and try that food. And then, oh, but you should use this size pot. And like I've been a sucker to this kind of crap before too. That's why I wonder about, like, yeah, I'm probably right. So then, you know, you start doing all these different things, and you're stacking every different technique up on top of each other. Like that's what I see a lot, and then you fuck it up. And the other thing that goes hand in hand with that is swap and strain of the week. Like it's just, oh, that one's not good, boom. And they didn't even really get to know the thing because they didn't really grow it through to the point of like a couple. Like I knew an older guy. He told me before, it takes about a year really at least to get to know one, because you got to try to grow it in this kind of bucket under this technique and this, you know, this alteration. How is she in, you know, in rock wool? How is she in soil? How is she in all these different ways? Like, no, I just grew it my one way, but that's what his philosophy was. Is that it takes a while, and it can take a while just to figure out. Well, it actually does really good in a smaller pail compared to the big one, because it gets bolting or something like that. It works better than you think sometimes. The small pail could be the way to go opposed to it, but you don't know that because you never did that. So you know, a lot of people just move on to the next one, when actually the one they were really looking for they already had. They just didn't learn how to grow it. Um, so I think it does take some time. It's like, especially the autos, that's a whole different game, right? You don't keep mothers, you're brushing through, you're like hoping, and if you're breeding your own autos, like I like to do, then you really, really need to put away the best plant every time just to seed the best one. So the favorite one that you're like, oh, I smell on her, oh, she's freaking awesome. Learn to accept that she's going to be fully seeded, and then fully seed that one, and then only work as always every time. Just take that one that always is pressing that smell that you really like. After 3, 4, 5 generations, you'll start to get lost in like that way. That's where I'm just finally getting to in a couple of my little projects I slowly have worked on. I'm like, oh God, that's just good. But yeah, it's taken a while.
Sounds like you've learned a lot throughout your path through your cannabis journey there. That's for sure. That's for sure,
Well,
man.
here's I'll touch on one more joint, and basically one other story here on about how something can teach you, how the plant can teach you. So everybody's got this book, right? And this is, I would say, everybody get this book. Um, this one, right? But it's like our basically our school book to have. And so that one, it talks about breeding, right? But that, when I was younger, I read that over and over, and it always seemed so fucking abstract. Okay, like, what do you mean these traits, and like how are you breeding towards this trait and that trait? Well, it was the autoflower that taught me a lot about breeding, and this just came up in a shaping fire thing, and I thought, that's excellent. That's what it's like. You know how the consciousness works with group? It goes across the vast. So the guy was speaking Mandalorian genetics on there. That's both the same thing I'm talking about. Is so when you're breeding, you start to see. So the first, I'm talking about the traits. They're all abstract until you can see something. And so purple is a good example, and auto is a good example. So when auto is auto. You can tell it's under 18 hours light. It's flowering. So now we see that trait very easily, right? So it's a check mark auto. We know that's auto. Purple is purple. So we can see that trait. We can check mark purple flower, purple leaf, whatever. So those are easy ones, and that can teach you how to kind of towards subtleties of harder ones that are harder to lock down. And I'm no scientist, but I've learned that through that auto and purple have taught me a lot of that, because those two things, even though they're like, in my mind, auto and purple have both been kind of swaggy, to tell you the truth, because like purple doesn't always mean freaking awesome. Sometimes it can, but not always. Most of the time it's woody, and auto is most of the time meant hemp. But after you start to do selection with auto, you can drive it to a tasty auto. it's you know, and like I was saying, in order to do outdoor successfully in some bullshit spots of the world, you're gonna have to accept that or do like that. So the auto will teach you how to breathe. That's one thing. Like I say, you're gonna want to make seed every time so that you never run out of seed if you're running regular auto. And that can be easy. Now, 4 plant auto doesn't make much sense. It's for the size of something, right? But you know what I mean.
You know, as far as the purple strains go, I can't. I'm like not on board with purples. You know, I like you said, I find them to
Yeah,
be like mids at best. When I get a purple, it doesn't get me high. It looks pretty and it tastes usually pretty decent, but it isn't, you know, the high I'm looking for. It's not the medication I'm looking for.
yeah,
And then when I get a green pheno of the purples, that shit gives me anxiety. so so I just try
yeah,
to anything purple. I just try to kind of steer clear from if I can, usually, but you know,
yeah. That
just
makes
for that reason.
yeah. That's just what I have noted too. Is that like I say, purple is pretty, but then I have this one purple that I like, and it's like again I like say look up these hash sites from the Middle East. They're kind of fun to watch, and a lot of their plants remind me of it. And I nicknamed it Purple Spike, and it's an auto cross to the what you just described as the anxiety plant because it was the green pheno of the purple line, and then it was the reason I bred with it was because it was the one that was most bug resistant. I was having a bug problem, and this one didn't take the bugs on so bad, and it was just like the pollen was there and all the stuff. It wasn't like the choices weren't they were just kind of haphazard, but then what came of it was pretty nice. And it reminds me of these old when you look at these plants on these videos from Afghanistan and Pakistan. It really looks like the wild hash plants that they play with up in the mountains there, and it makes it really great hash. So I always love that, and do a couple of those when I can. It's usually just outside, but that's what I save them for. But they're not everyone's favorite, but they're really these ones are different. Like I say, they really get me friggin' like the one put your braid on your ass, right, and knock your braid out that you can't. Like at 2 in the afternoon, you're like, why did I smoke that thing this morning? I can't fucking do anything anymore. And so it's not a good plant for me. Like unless like it is for me right now. Like normally, because I have a rough back, so sometimes I'll be like up way too early. So if I can smoke some of that kind of knock me right out, I might get an hour or two more, uh, which is
So it sounds
then
like you
it's
may
not.
have like an indica leaner, an indica kind of green purple. You
Yeah,
know,
I definitely did. Well, I believe it was called the Purse. It is what it was known as for all the time I knew it, and it was just came as the Purse, and it's like a very indica leaning purple for sure, thick leaves, dark, and like the bright looking bud though, and uh, then cross to it to make it what I call purple spike. There's a story in its own. It's found out of bag seeds, found 2 out of 20 seeds that were autoflower, and after one, like this was sometime around 2008 or something. Got these and went, oh my god, hey, this is like I told you about how much I love this Mighty Might plant. Well, at this point, I hadn't had the Mighty Might for about 6 years or something. I was bummed. Wow, I can't get my Mighty Might plants back. All the people I know that have them. they're not doing it anymore, or they're not doing that plant or whatever, right? And so I didn't have it, and I wished for Mighty Mites, and then I found this 2 little auto plants out of 20 seeds, and they reminded me of Mighty Mites because they were auto. They were like, but they were tiny. And I thought, well, maybe that's that lowrider shit or something. I don't like that. I smoked it once. Not my thing. You can have it. But there was one of them was pretty freaking tasty out of it. Like, no, there was out of the second generation. First generation, I seeded the seed. They really didn't enjoy the weed. I didn't care, right? Because they're a little plant, little male, let them go together, and she got fully seeded. So then the second generation of the choice, I did it again and found this time out of 20 things, it was like 5 or 7 were auto. And then I did it again, and by the fourth this time, somewhere, I think it was fourth time, they were all 20 out of 20 auto after selecting for that. And in that, I realized I had a couple different flavors. I had some fruity, I had what I called the woody, and I had one rare one that was kind of cushy that would come through once in a while. There's something good in this auto. Just once in a while, there's one plant. And so then I took that and I just went with that. So I got it to F5. I was calling it F, but it wasn't really F. So I learned later by what I was telling you about before, when you can watch these traits, you can see, like, when you make your first cross between, say you want to make a cross, an auto cross with a red, the auto is receptive, so she hides the first time. And then it comes back on F2, but not as much as I thought. So I knew right there. That's when later, after years, I must have received that line at F2 level, where a couple of the phenos came out as the grandparents, like the auto side. So I don't know, like, or even maybe F3 or something like that. But it was obviously like starting to sort itself. So that's when I kept going with that. So whatever you want to call it, I parental, like, line bred that thing for 5 generations. And then I crossed it to that green perps plant. And then that F1 of that, all the plants were, the perps wouldn't work outside here as like I'd like it. It would always come late. So the idea was I'll hit the perps with the auto flower and shorten up. And it did shorten up on the F1. It was receptive. They were clonable and all that, but it shortened. Well, but really the trigger was real easy on it, right? You know what I mean? Can I say that? Like the flower trigger. So it was like it just decided.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, so the trigger was real quick on the F1, meaning like it didn't. It would, it would trigger at in July here, which is awesome. Like, fucking awesome, because most stuff doesn't trigger in northern Washington or in southern BC till the third week of August if it's a photo series. And yeah, that's almost across the board. And that's just too late. You're not going to get anything good. That's why I say, because it's going to be rainy and all that. Well, these things would trigger in the end of July. So that's a lot better. Thing was, it also held some of in the F1, it held some of the shit I didn't like about the auto. You know what I mean? Like some of that woody and stuff would come out in these bigger plants. They weren't minis, they were bigger, but they had problems. And so then F2, the selections are better. They're like, I actually found some that are fast and like medium size, but tasty. And then I also found some runts again, and I'm working with those 2 populations because I got to keep it fast. I know that, but yeah, that's just a hobby, right? You know what I mean? Like, I just love them, so I'm like, yeah, they work for me. They work in this particular spot for a long time, and I would really say though, if you're going to try to flower outdoor out in Canada or in general, unless you're in southern Ontario, down by Windsor area. Then you're gonna have to do like that. The only way. Like, and then you probably pull 2 runs a year, even if you're real made it or like into it. And I've got, like last year I didn't do the light deck, and I probably probably should have, because it was like the 2 years before that, my buds were so much nicer, in my opinion, because they went through that boom 12-12 and then being done in the height of summer when the sun was above the plants and not behind the bushes and neighbors' houses and all.
So when you say a fast regular, how fast? When you say fast, how quick of a flower? When you know, put a number on a fast for me.
On a fast flowering strain,
Yeah.
oh, I'd say like I think everyone cuts down too early on the most part, but I think that like a 6 to 8 week is what everyone would love to see. But I think in reality, those strains are usually 8 to 10 weeks. Is what and then. But I've heard of stuff of people cutting at 5 weeks and stuff years ago. I was like, what? But that's so. I think fast is the 42 day, the 6 weeks. That's too fast for me. I don't think you get very much that's all that good out of that. Again, I don't even think 8 weeks is enough. I want to see things go all the way to 10 weeks long. But then I like the ones that are really done then. And then that's 8 to 10. So I think 8. I'd say 8 is fast. 55, 56 day kind of thing.
Nice. That was going to be my next question. Was do you prefer the sativa or the indica to go the distance there? Some of them indicas, if you let them ripen up in amber, man, they almost have some sativa effects to them. They're not as
Oh yeah,
couch lock anymore.
yeah, I agree. I think that's all like also mixed up now. That it doesn't seem to matter as much. Like sometimes the couch lock will come off skinny leaf for me or whatever, right? I'm like, well, this isn't supposed to do that to me, but it does. Or vice versa, with the indica that got me up racing. But most of the time it does stay normal. But I do find that I think like the hybrids now, they're so, it's like I think that we're into like polyhybrid state like so much. That's where we'll go back in our conversation a couple hours ago. You almost got to remember that that's why back crossing to the one's your favorite, in my opinion. It's an important thing because it's already a polyhybrid, no doubt. So now try to like stabilize that thing. So you're not gonna even make it more of a mute in a way, but and stabilize it with the male and all that sort of thing. Then you can, after doing that shooting thing, I think you can keep go line breeding again. I'm just guessing, man. Right? So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think breeding will be the last thing in my cannabis journey I get to. I've got enough on my plate right now, man. And that's what I was kind of when we were talking about niches there. I at one point I seen myself in different points, different places in my cannabis journey. But as of right now, I think I told my daughter, I said, I think I'm kind of comfortable in the niche I'm at it right now. I think I may have found my little carving in the cannabis industry, doing what
Oh,
I'm doing right now.
I think you found a good one. I just like really enjoy those certain plants, so I just bred them because it was like I wanted the seeds like those silage ones, right? So it's not like that. I expect that to ever be my niche. I think I'm finding my own too in this whole thing, and I'm not gonna say much right now. I'll be sure to tell you when it starts. You know what I mean? That's what I think. I've got some ideas, but I don't want to like jinx them, say, or whatever. Right? Again, using that word.
I'm on the fence on that kind of mentality sometimes. Like, am I gonna jinx myself by putting it out there? But then again, I'm a person that kind of believes in like manifestation as well. And sometimes I also think you have to put it in the ether. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
To basically
I do.
plant that seed. So it can go either way. That's, you can jinx yourself or you can plant that seed in the ether. I guess it's maybe mindset.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and that's even though I just said that, I'll go back on that because I also said to you earlier, I think that coming on your show here was a big push for me to get into that spot where I want to make some commitments and make some saves and not be afraid or whatever. Like that's not that I was afraid, obviously, just talking and talking, right? And I know that, but but to go a push into a direction. So like I was saying, I want to mix up my art with the weed and take it in that, and that's all I'll say for now. And when it does happen, then you'll see it. That's what. But that's bringing the two together. It seems like maybe more real, like we're a step in the journey of. Like, I'd love to have that here. What they call them a micro cultivation license, right? Where you small time players with things. I'd like to be that size of something someday, but that's like the long term. And then I thought, well, I got a couple ideas in the short term to maintain a presence. Because for my whole life, it's been a presence on me and my medicine and my something that's taught me so much. I always go back to it being ultimate teacher, and then here we'll go full story, and maybe where I'll end it after this. It's like I got a joint, so I'll keep doing it. So my friend that gave me that first vial of oil when I was that hurt little kid that just watched that whole Violet episode go down in front of me. Right? My buddy gave me that oil. Well, this year on the same day he passed with cancer, and we gave him buds and oil and all that to help him in his days going leaving. Right? I don't know if I'm saying it in a followable way, but so it went full circle from me getting the medicine to me giving the medicine to the medicine man, and then saying goodbye to him on the same day that I had to say goodbye to my dad 31 years earlier, and that so it was a full circle thing this year, and that's just 2 months ago now. Um, so it was that's like so it started there and it ends there with me. Like it'll always be there, and when I eventually die, it'll end there being medicine as well. I know that it's been there with me, and even if my usage changes, it'll always be my medicine. Like even if I don't use it as much or at all, it'll always be that medicine. Because I know the relationship has come full circle and come honestly, and then the just the need to have it is where from smoking it as a kid, like I said, skater kid, then you're smoking medicinally, and then you need it. You've got to have your own supply to get enough that it brings you right to you. Um, the, the love of that is so in that it kind of evolves inside you and it helps you become who you are. So I absolutely love this plant and try to, like you said, look at other things to get inspiration for it. Tree books, all that stuff. Not your typical weed books, but the old ones though. So they really helped me out. I love the old ones when the knowledge wasn't so like oh
Regurgitated.
like this. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't have to. You don't need to be a rocket
No,
surgeon.
I agree.
Yeah, you just need some simple techniques, right? Like think about it. If you needed to be that, would we have ever made it as a race, right? We never would have fed ourselves to this point if you needed to be like um, a super scientist for a farm, like to get your own thing, right? So we all have to take that back, and in doing so, you'll learn how to get like there's you'll learn how to get good herbs. But there's another someone told me once, he said the best weed is the weed you can grow yourself. Whether that's like, I always think of whether what the weed, meaning what's outside under the sun. This is my opinion. I love my indoors, but when the best weed is the stuff that grew in your spot. So you tried 4 strains, and one of them worked. We'll work with that one next year. You know, because that was the one that worked for years in your spot, and you evolved that one. That's going to be the best weed you'll get for your location. Sort of like it creates itself, it morphs itself towards what you need it to do at one point.
Very true. Very true.
Whether
Yeah,
that's
and it's like you said, it's hard when they leave the nest, though. When you do have that one, and you do accidentally have that cloning accident, or like you said, that one that you've cut, you had for a long time, and you let her go. It's like, oh,
uh,
so tough.
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that's picking anything else. It's like, I can't really think about it. We've talked a long time. That's great. I don't
It's
know.
been a great conversation, that's for
I,
sure.
I'm real hopeful, like I say, to eventually get down to Michigan and check it out
I hope
firsthand.
so. We have a lot of amazing festivals. Hopefully, you can come down and check one of them out there. If anything, maybe come down and check out the Regenerative Conference here
Yeah,
in
that's
Michigan.
well. They did it in Vancouver the one year, and I went, and then the next year it wasn't feasible. I don't think because some technical stuff, and because I got the ties to up north, you might just see that happen. Because I still end up there, and like I don't know if you. Well, you're only a few hours away actually from where I have the I have family up there, right? So I'm up there occasionally. Be be a good time to have people gather. My family's got a camp there, so I was always thinking that shit. Someday, I've said this to a couple other people that live in the area that I've met through this stuff. We never really met except for talking on this thing to maybe somebody if you're in the area and I'm in the area. So you never know what happens.
Yeah, yeah, we're in Michigan. Definitely look me up. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, that's same with out here. That's what I but out here, it's a journey. I don't know if you know if you've ever been out this way.
No, I haven't. Well, Windsor is about the only spot in Canada that
Oh,
I've been to there. We used to head
St. Paul.
over long time ago too. Long time ago, back when I was like 18, and
Yeah.
Canada was the only way to drink was to jump over there for the night and have a good time and come back.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. So yeah, that's so you go to from Detroit to Windsor.
yeah,
Yeah, that's where my family is. That other half of my family down that way. So I've heard about that. Well, same with where I grew up
yeah.
too. At the other end of the thing, people would come over to drink. 19 and shit. But yeah, now
That was
you know.
30 long years ago. 30
Yeah,
long years ago, the last time I've been
the
to
same age.
Canada.
Please. Yeah. What are you? 48. Or are you
Yep,
48?
48.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be 48 in a few months. So same gen. So same neck of the woods in the big scale of things too. Like right north of you guys, right? And then I came out here, like I said, 98. Been in. Well, I was out here before that. I started traveling back and forth. Way long ago. I've been out here. It was just it was before the legalization. This was a really chill place to grow some plants, and you weren't going to get in trouble. Everyone was doing it anyways. Like I said earlier on the show, it was known for it, like in all of Canada. If you're going to grow plants, you're going to be in BC. So now it's not that big of a deal, or you are. At the time, it was huge.
You know, Joshua Steensland popped into the chat tonight. Was saying nice things about you when he was
Oh,
rolling through.
that's very nice of him. I managed to talk a little bit with him and a few other people at the conference that I thought was really cool. That there was like how you click with a few people and ones they did. I thought, yeah, I wish I could get down to the States, you know, visit folks and all that, and someday we'll get there. But yeah, that's really great, Josh. Thanks so much. He seems like just a wealth of knowledge. Again, another person that get asked questions, but I just kind of I appreciate all the microscope stuff those guys are doing. I think it's just amazing, and I really probably should get that too. Just the knowledge kind of interests me, but I haven't. I just try to set up a simple system that is going to do those things itself. That's what I was trying to get at with the KNS thing, like where I see it as, like where I'll just call it, never mind the K or anything else, I'll just call it natural stuff, where you drop your leaves. If you got scrap in the yard, you burn it, throw the ashes, if you've got leaf clippings, you mulch it, and like, like whatever it is, layer it up and all those things. That all makes a lot of sense. And especially for outdoor. But then Josh seems when he proves it indoors. I watched this stuff and I'm like, oh my god, look at that. But it's the bed thing. It's what we were saying. It's just a lot of commitment to getting that bed in there. But now, more guys like him are making me see my own, like, well, you get over that, like thinking the bed is big and out in the way and all that. Probably just build some that work for yourself or whatever, because of the benefits, they exceed the drawbacks when you look at the thing making its own life, 10th, 11th cycle, and it's still just raging along. That's when you go, yeah, maybe pretty smart cookie, this guy is. Anyone that's going that way. There's so many different people that are doing that and different takes on it. But I don't think there's any one particular way that I'll be all. But again, like you
There's
said,
definitely a wealth of knowledge out there right now. It couldn't be a better time for anybody to take up, actually growing cannabis, man. That's what I say all the time that,
oh,
man, these guys that have started out in the last, 4 or 5 years are taking the ball and just running with that shit, man. And we started a long time ago growing, and
yeah,
the info wasn't out there like it is now. It was much trial and error. But these guys, man, it's out there, and they just sucking it right up and running with a lot of this methodology, and it's amazing to see where some of these newer growers are going to take things. That's for sure.
oh, I think
And it's not just like you know salts and whatnot, just taking it in for flood and drain and killing it that way. It's moreover, they're being more responsible about it, and they're wanting to tweak the organic side of things, which is kind of, in my opinion, I never thought I would see like a large scale sustainable fucking organic grow,
oh
but
yeah, those big
now
guys are doing a
it's
great job.
coming.
I see that too. I watch some of this stuff and I go, wow, look at that huge room full of beds. Now I wonder about some of the beds. Like I kind of think that that all that PVC pipe and all that plastic mesh is not all that good, and maybe they should just be building them out of wood. But that's just me. and like having to like make a system where maybe the corners are metal and you're replacing boards every few years, you're pulling them up and sliding down some new ones or something like that, like as they rot. But because that's again like a lot of shit you're like going through that's ending up in the indirectly in the ocean. Like it's gonna end up in that plastic island out in the middle of the Pacific, you know. So it's all going there. And like I say, I'll go down to the beach and I collect stuff right from my garden, and I see plastic. But the other day, I couldn't believe it. Like, holy shit, it's everywhere. I can't take a step without seeing another piece of it. So it does get to like the level of where it affects us, right? You know, not somewhere else. So I think that we all got to take these little steps. That's where that indoor bed is 10 cycles. And I was like, yeah, I think that is. I know outdoors I use the big bed, right? And it always. I only have one with sides. The other 3 are just like one plant per bed, kind of. I get one big huge one, and they just work so good. So why wouldn't it work inside? And I've seen it years ago. Like I said, I used to build them years and years ago, but it's a different idea. I was dosing them with the Frankenstein technique bed this many years ago when I'm thinking of those beds that I'm talking about. But to do it like right in the same idea, even wooden ones, you don't have to go buy a special one, right? You can build them out of pallets, is what I would tell people. And really, that's not that new either. Like, there's actually got it in my book. Oh, here, wait a second. Yeah, this one. I don't agree with all this guy's stuff, but some of it, he had it way long ago. The bed growing organic Soma style. This book. He showed that he was growing in bed. I looked at it earlier. It's 2005. But that's old enough now. But that was his thing with the beds, and I thought that he was pressing that knowledge. This is the first grow book I ever saw in my life in the 80s. It's a Canadian classic. Grow Your Own Stone. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
I have not. I like the cover though.
And this is awesome. Such great artwork. It's all everything's all handwritten. Crazy. All old school hippie stuff. I saw this.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's awesome. It's awesome. It blew my mind. This was when I was 15. I saw this, and I've always kept it in the back of my head. But I found this at a second-hand shop about 10 years ago, and I had to buy a copy of it, right? Even the back of the book is awesome. It's an old 70s Canadian plot journal. And then I picked this one up a while ago. This is an awesome find. This is Ed and Mel's first book together.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, it's really, really bad advice in here too. I'm like, oh God, guys, but it's great to have in my library, right? And but then here, this is you'll get a kick out of these people. So this is a collection that some old guy gave me years ago. So the Secrets of the Ganja Growers of India. This is 1970 or something like that. With a marijuana multiplier. I don't know. This is a classic. Dr. Atomic, that oil and hash book. They're comic book guys. The cost book. I can't remember that one. What it's all about that. This one is funny. Marijuana consumers and dealers guide.
That is funny.
So yeah, this is a shout out to the Sun-Grown Mids. I've been telling him I got some of the same books as you, so yeah, check these ones out, everybody. I doubt he's watching this long into it, but yeah, you never know. Yeah, check this one. Growing Guide to Growing Cannabis Under Fluorescence. This is one the first fluorescent indoor grows. But that kid's funny, isn't it?
Little cat in there. That's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. This one, the Super Mother's Cooking with Grass. This one, I love the cover of that one. This is all from the 60s stuff. And this, the Super Grass Growers Guide. This one is a fun one, too. I love that one.
It is cool.
But yeah, these are things I collected over the years. Because I just, I love this. And this book here, too. These were great. This one taught me tons. You must have seen
That is.
it. Sensimilla technique. Oh, that was a good one. And then the magazine's the best of this one. This is an old classic too. I was like the back cover. Old 80s book.
Oh, it's quite
But yeah,
nice.
I collect this shit, and I love it. Like the books are really fun to have, and kind of give you nostalgia.
It's always fun to go through an old knowledge, though. Again, you never know where you might find that old gem that still applies, and nobody's,
Oh, there's
beating down that road.
there's a whole bunch of them in there, especially in the old soil building sections of some of those books. Are just like, huh. So this is where Buddy's been getting all this stuff. He just went back to here, back to the 80s, and took it out of this book and wrote it up. And wow, that's all. There's a good couple recipes and a few of those. Yeah, like, all it is. It's nothing new. That's my point too of that is you don't have to be an expert, and there's nothing new here. It's a dinosaur. Remember, so it's gonna respond. Stuff changes or slow, and I guess just better call it a night. And
Right
I
on.
really
Well, I didn't cut you off, so I'm sorry. I was just going to say I really enjoyed tonight, man. It's been a great conversation. I'd like to tell you, keep this Zoom number, this invitation, because that
hey,
Zoom number is always good. It's the same. It's always the same number. So any night where like Monday nights are rabbit hole. I forgot. I changed the name. It's no longer rabbit hole. It's the
the
wormhole
wormhole.
now. The
I like that.
wormhole, the organics stepped in and took over the rabbit hole and made it a wormhole. So
Yeah,
the
that's
wormhole
yeah.
nows are Mondays nights are definitely a wormhole, and wormholes fall in like if I don't have a guest or a guest cancels, that makes that night a wormhole. Or if a guest falls short, that time, that extra time in
Yeah,
between, those are
yeah.
wormholes as well. So anytime that you see a wormhole in the title, that applies to you being able to come out and hang out. So anytime you see an episode where it says wormhole, come hang out, man. Smoke, talk,
Thanks
grow,
so much.
just hang out, man. It's an open invitation when it comes to the wormhole. So hopefully you take me
Yeah,
up
it
on
was.
that.
I probably will because you know what, it was real easy to hang out and talk because like it wasn't we didn't have I didn't feel like we had any spot where we were looking at that. It was just chilling, smoking. So yeah, looking forward to it. You know that? That's great. And yeah, I've like I said, I've been impressed. Damn, this guy's going off. And then I was like, "Are you serious? You asked me on your show." So again, thank you. Because I see it what it is. It's a lot of work you put into this to do this. I appreciate it, and I really feel honored. And, leave it at that. So yeah, good night, Eagle, and cheers, man.
I'm honored to have you. Before you go, there's one
Yeah.
last thing I'd like to get you. I know it's kind of corny, but
Oh,
I do
fucking
this
talk
thing that.
shit with you.
Yep, the sound bite. Yeah, I got to get the
Oh
sound
yeah.
bite, brother.
Hey, it's Mark
I'll,
LeafyHill, man. I'm
I'm
fucking
ready.
talking shit. Yeah, that's
I'm ready.
hilarious.
I'm sorry.
I love that. But it's okay. Well, you tell me when. It's Mark LeafyHill. I'm fucking talking shit with Eagle. There you go.
Hell yeah. Thank you, my friend. Seriously, it's been a great night. Everybody's enjoyed this. I know you haven't been
Oh,
able to see chat, but when you go back and watch this, they've had nothing but great things to say. Usually, there's at least one thumbs down on an episode, but not tonight. Not tonight.
wow.
Everybody
No,
enjoyed this episode.
yeah, I felt really encouraged when I'm not a name dropper, but I was like, oh, thank you, bro. When Kevin Jodry liked I put a thing up on IG and it was, said, I'm going to be on the show. And he said, you're going to do great. And I was like, when I read that this morning, I thought, fuck, man, you just kind of made me feel blessed about this whole thing, man. Like, cause, you know, he's a high end mind in this whole thing, in my opinion, of like the selections and breedings. I love hearing all those things. So it was like I said, I saw his show, and I think I gave you a message. Fuck yeah, that was a great show I just watched, and that's where this whole thing started at one point. So thank you very, very much, and man, have a great rest of your day and all that. And yeah, I will pick you up.
I hope so, man. I'm looking forward to it. Pleasure to meet you, my friend. Pleasure
Yeah,
to meet
you know, I'll get down to Michigan. I will, because that's like my kind of my home turf. Like it's just right there, right?
Right on. Well, I'm looking forward to that. I'm right in midway, right up around the Grayling area. You almost called it out when you fucking.
I thought that area too. I was like, what the fuck are those areas called? There's Gaylord, there's Grayling, there's where's my mom pull over for that big mall somewhere? You know, the one.
I'm surprised you didn't see my eyes light up when you said it. I was like, oh wow, that's pretty fucking close. Pretty psychic there, brother.
Okay, man. Take care.
All right. You have a great night, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I know you guys. I'm closing it. You guys, I know you enjoyed this episode. I had a whole lot of fun. Thank you guys for tuning in. You guys know the deal. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example of that. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Come back and do the shout outs and get out. So you guys have an amazing day. We're both out. You guys have a good night.